Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. You're set on. That's good. Om Mani Padme Hum. pass out the books, please? Turn to page 3, please, the opening prayers. We'll do twice in English, once in Tibetan. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience. May they experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood. All other sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience. May they experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood.
Tarva tang tam chedem chen bi varta chul parshi tam che ti so shi manam ka nam nyam bi sem chen tam che deva dang de Tungara dang jar nyartala na me bayang da Shan chivaram bo che tobar sha.
Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. De she du san na
Dong zhong
du na ye sam ge wa la ko ma
Hi war te lu nga yak sam ge wa la ko De de rong rong ni zong te nye ma ta tam ji war Lu nga yak sam ge wa la ko
We take refuge in the kind of Dhamma and lineage sovereign. We take refuge in the deities of the Vandals of the eons. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sangha. We take refuge in all the noble Bhagavas, Daikinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom. We take refuge in the kind group Lama and lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities and the mandals of the Yidam. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sangha. We take refuge in all the noble Dakas, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom.
Kanchana Tawa Tangyen Barajibi Lama Dhamma Nam La Chao Sam Sheo Yadam Khen Kuraji La Tso Nam La Chao Sam Sheo Sang Jib Chon Dan Di Nam La Chao Sam Sheo Tam Bi Chu Nam La Chao Sam Ginda Nam La Chao Sam Sheo Tam Bi Ginda Ma Ye Tam Ba Nam La Chao.
Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma, and likewise in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind and progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path. Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma, and likewise in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind and progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path. Shangchu Ningwa
Chi Ji Var Sang Ji Nam La Chao Se Chu Dang Shang Chi Sen Hua Yi So La Ang Shin Chao Se Chir Tar Ngon Ji Dek Sha Ji Shang Chi Tu Na Ki Ba Shang Chi Sen Hui La Ba Te Daram Jin Ni Ba Te Jiran Ro La Pan Dun Da Shang Chi Sem Na Ki Je Zhang Te Jin Da Na La Ba La Rim Ba Jin Da La Ba Je.
In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit, generosity, and other good deeds, may I attain Buddha for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit, generosity, and other good deeds, may I attain Buddha for the sake of all sentient beings. Sangye
Chu Dang Tso Jin Shao Na Wa De Da Na Ja Sen Je Da Ke Jan So Ji Bi Tso Nam Ji Ro La Ban Shir Sang Jin Re Bar Shou.
May all other sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all other sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
Dam je deva dam devi je dam dan marajir Dungara dam dungara ji je dam darvarajir Dungara me bi deva dama dama Niran jana ni danda Nyamna ni barajir
Turn to page 10B, please. Bottom of the page. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma, of the two wheels in their combination, according to the disposition and likewise the mental capacities of sentient beings. Sam Chan Nyam Di Sam Pa
Dang lo yi shib tra chir tava che chong tham mong thai hua Ko de so Yergin shangzun kam sami chuji jaro sechin nyaji taradala katana sargi le sama lundavi tanjinin Zome don huda hudu gana jab jiban moro tsukun choran natan jikhan balatan diwa jani dacha chong Anga tuzi nyerzon ni tawa tamjir fawi shiratan bi chunar tonzada bi kodam de lai shang saralo Jarak sonzab jirvi tunam malu dara jan chaprangi tunam tartu an korlo tami ahi dasha nyortan ki jasav shamba dana saksam pakwa don meja Harji tumi ngurtana tondan tenyon zammo jachineri huiton ki ba Kyan teran jan kharayan dan pakwa latvala som pawar ngurgela maranda Sechin nyajin jermire damja yayan tribi okarajan Khambala yi wang zhe te hong gen ten jib di yang de hor qian ni gen zhuo la zhu de ni bi pen so se de ren jian kui ba rig de ne sen hui zhe xian da 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 nyang gen di nian de pu Quand j'ai tombé dans le quand j'ai gubé dans la même chose sur on dit la manga tonton la sobisa la mana la sorande Choksum dungara chandra ha che jim chirmya sume khonjur jalaso Semchen don la ham yer tu don chena Tamba hanam jinum tu sardu sor Good morning, everyone. How many people read Uttara Tantra? Oh, not too bad. Is easy for you or hard? Let's say, huh? Not easy because of what? Yes. And the repetitive? Did anybody find the repetitive?
To read it over and over?
No. It takes is repetitive. Yeah?
Only one time.
No, I'm not saying you repeat. Did you repeat? I'm not saying that. I'm saying the text is repetitive.
Oh,
Repetitive.
Yes,
Yeah.
repetitive.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. That's the text. If we try to go through the text, and then we cover a very little subject, and that subject also more important for those people who want philosophical debate or the philosophical references, then it's good because nobody can refer better than Bodhisattva Maitreya, right? So you prefer is I talk and then you talk, or you talk same time? Okay, same time then I try to talk slow, a little bit wait, okay? Yeah. So you try to not miss in the point, but I try to talk slow and then a little bit wait for you. Yeah. The first, I would like talk about a little bit about why is so important the Uttara Tantra for Gentongpa, Gentong view. Anybody know Gentong? Anybody read Gentong? How many people read Gentong? Nobody. Okay. Only one person read, huh? What Gentong you read? Yeah.
I didn't.
You didn't read?
I don't think so. If I did, I didn't know I was reading.
Oh. Gentong is that Tolpopa's mountain doctrine. So translated by Jeffrey Hapkin. Nobody read that? Okay. Called Buddha from Torpo. Translated by Saraswati. You know Saraswati? Okay. This is everybody said best. And there's also essence of the Gentong. Okay, I'm not going to talk about this because all of them is unfamiliar with you. So, let's say Jonangpas believe that they have most correct understanding the philosophical point of the talking about the ultimate truth. And they think that Rangtongbas have limit understanding. When we say Rangtongbas, who is Rangtongbas? If you didn't hear Rangtong and Gentong, then it's, I think, difficult to communicate that. Why? So maybe at first, very simple way, I'm going to explain what is Rangtong and Gentong. And then maybe you have make sense a little bit. Let's say, in my personal point of view, I think Nyangmapa, Kagyupa, Achonangpa, they all Gentongpa. But the reality, they are Gentongpa. But they not agree with this necessarily everybody. Okay? Only 100% Rangtong is a Gelugpa. That's my point of view. But this is agree or not agree, this is another philosophical debate. Okay? So, why I say that? Because Buddha taught three training Dharma wheels. So as long as you believe or understanding the third training Dharma wheel as a definitive teaching, not provisional teaching, and then automatically you become Gentongpa. So the reason I'm saying Kagyupa, Nyangmapa, they all Gentong, because of that reason. But the same time, in Jonangpa point of view, maybe they are not 100% Gentong. I mean, individually, some individual Kagyupas, some individual Nyangmapas, maybe they're 100% Gentong. But if you think that the majority, they are not necessarily 100% Gentong, but in simple way, we can say they're all Gentongpas. Okay? Why? Because Gentong means, maybe I said before, no matter every school, everybody agree there is a true truth. You know? Then everybody agree there is Buddha nature. Right? And then this ultimate truth is different than relative truth. That's everybody agrees. The relative truth is kind of illusion and not truly exist. That's everybody agrees. Different way express or use words is different a little bit, but basically people agree with this. That we call rang tong. Rang means self, tong means empty. Empty itself. So this samsara, let's say samsara is empty itself. Everybody agrees. There's no really disagreement. Only you disagree with sometimes the words, like you use and how you use the words and people debate. But the real meaning, they just agree. And then say, okay, then absolute truth, the ultimate truth. The question is the same as self-empty, empty itself or not? That's the question of Rangtong Gentong. If you say yes, then you are Rangtongpa. If you say no, this is very different than samsara, then you become Gentongpa automatically. This is my way of simple way explain. So which one is feel comfortable for you? Are you going to put same as exactly samsara and Buddha nature, emptied self, which means essenceless? Or you feel better that the Buddha nature cannot be essenceless as senseless. That's if you feel the Buddha nature cannot be essenceless as samsara, and then you become Gentong. You are Gentongpa. Even you say I'm Rangtongpa, but you are Gentongpa. Okay? There is, if we say this, if many monks here, they debate. But usually they debate on the words, not the meaning. And usually they debate for the sake of agu, not sake of understanding. That's the problem. One thing. That's why we have centuries go on. But simple way, the Buddha nature cannot be empty itself. Instead, empty of other, which means empty of samsara, empty of illusion, empty of two selves. And then become very different. But why say empty? Why can't be bothered say empty of other? Rather say not empty. There is a lot of benefit to say empty of other, because Buddha mentioned a lot of emptiness on the Buddha nature. When Buddha talked about the Tathagata Garbha, the same time emptiness, empty. So therefore, you explain this emptiness means empty of other. And when we're talking about samsara, then emptiness means empty itself. So means that when I say Rangtong means empty itself, Gentong means empty of other. In a simple way, you understand like this iPad and these thermos, they are empty of each other. They cannot be each other. It's similar. The two tooths have to be empty of each other. Cannot be same. When we say that, sometimes Ramstonpas have a little bit problem. We're not going there yet. So it's simple, really. Empty means absent, not there. So if we negate in Buddha nature as samsara, then it becomes Ramston. Ramstonpa. So if we do that, the problem is then is who's going to be enlightened? Or what enlightened even not exist, it's essenceless. So how you inspire yourself? Because enlightenment as equal as not exist as samsara. That is the philosophical problem. Okay? I'm sure if there are a lot of monks here, they are arguing this. If I say this, oh, no. But usually just trick the world and debate. If it's the real truth, it have to make sense for everybody. Only makes sense for who able to make the trick of the world. Only for them, then is not really the truth. Truth is have to be as much as the truth, close to the truth is have to understand more people. So therefore I'm saying, as long as you believe Buddha's third Dharma will as a definitive teaching, and then you automatically is Janton. Whether you like or not, you are Jantonpa. That's my point of view. Anybody can debate me, no problem. So that's my summarize. Not only this, as long as you believe your Tantrayana, if you are, whether you are Kajapa, whether you are Nyingma, whether you are Geluk, whether you are Chonang, as long as you believe your Tantrayana, then you have to be Janton, no choice. Yeah, Janton, that's the other, empty of other. If you want to contradict your Vajrayana and your Sutrayana path, and then you can do anything you like. But if you want to weave together, and then you have to agree with Janton. Okay? That is a philosophical point. Very simple way. Now, I'm going to talk about a little bit why Jonabas think they explain the best. Why they think that? Firstly, Torpopa, last night I talking about Torpopa Sheriff Johnson, who challenges all the Indian masters. He explained different way than Indian masters, you know. He bought 20 sutras called, he identified 20 sutras Buddha talk about the gentle called Nitun Stambim Dopche, Nyongor Stambim Dopche. So 10 definitive sutras and 10 definitive essence of. So these 20 sutras he refer or identify talking about the absolute truth. But anyway, during his time, nobody can debate him. Even his text until today, nobody can debate. No possible. That is one thing. He called this teaching is Dzogden teaching. You know, have you heard of Dzogden? Not Dzogchen, okay? Dzogden. I had a website, new maker's website called Dzogden. I wasn't sure it's already launched in the public or not. But the meaning is completion dharma. Torpopa is very, he accused all others is incompleted. Okay? Dzogden, sometimes you refer the golden dharma, or you can say completion dharma. But sometimes golden age, last night I was talking about, you know, refer those. Because this language come from Shambhala. That's why Torpopa mostly use. Because Torpopa is the emanation of the Shambhala Dharma kings. So he said the others, he called Ximdan Marchet. 3/4 right, 2/4 right. Degenerate Dharma, he called. He called them degenerate Dharma. Okay? Secondly, he has 14 disciples. Great ones. They're not just great in the Jianong Valley and meditate and, you know, not like that, but they philosophically, you know, they are, if I tell you one, Drikong Lotsawa, you know that? Drikong Lotsawa. Drikong Lotsawa is one of the Torpopa's disciple. He's the, you know, the very important disciple. Sabzang Mati Pantita. Then, you know, the Shukjelwa and Nyagunpa, they are like Tsongkhaba's lamas, you know. But of course, samsara is always, you don't see the most important ones, not popular, not necessarily. You know. Because lack of merit of sentient beings, always the good ones not popular. The superficial things is popular. We know that. I mean, they're popular. They are really popular at the time, but it's not popular as the others, as because that's why you never heard. But more even philosophical challenges, who did is Taranatha. Have you heard Taranatha? How many people heard the Taranatha? Oh, you didn't hear Taranatha? Really? Taranatha is really Rinpoche. He is the source of Rinpoche. We always hear Rinpoche, oh, Jamgon Khentrul, and and we hear Jiang Chensi Rambo. Sometimes people put fifth Dalai Lama even as a Rinpoche. But who make the hard work is Taranatha. Last 2016, I think 16 or 17. I can't remember. Anyway, I went to Colorado border. Where is Chuyam Thongpa's Naropa University. But also there is called Sada Foundation. You know that? Sada Foundation. They invited me, and I met there some scholars. The one of the Chuyam Thongpa's student, Gagyutpa person, he said this: Jamgon Khentrul is great, but everything is copy Taranatha. Maybe you Gagyupas maybe don't want to hear that, but that's he said, not I said, So, Jamgon Khentrul, he believes he is a reincarnation of Taranatha. Then maybe he has a right to have copy, But either way, copy means everybody copy anyway, so, we have to learn from the past. But what I'm saying is that Taranatha is the real Rinpoche, and he make so much commentary, especially on Taranatha, the Tantrayana. He makes a commentary for everybody. Nyamapa, Gagyupa, for everybody. And also, one great Nyama Lama, he told me like this. He said, Taranatha is really, really special, he said. Why? He said, whoever the great masters, when they try to explain others, for instance, like one Nyama master, try to explain Gagyut teaching. But always there's a Nyama flavor there. He said like that. But the Taranatha is very special. When he explained, for instance, like Gagyut, there is no Jonang flavor. Only Gagyut way. And when he explains Nyama's teaching, there is no Jonang flavor. Only Nyama flavor. Okay, Nyama taste. Exactly Nyama taste. He do that. That's why his teaching is very special. He said, that's a Nyama person, he told me. It's not, he's a Nyama, but he's also Rinpoche. He knows a lot of texts. Have you heard? Very, very, very great Lama, Rinpoche. Okay, anyway. So not only this, Taranatha, he wrote Buddha story, very long one. We all know in Tibetan Buddhism, we don't have a very long Buddha story. But Taranatha wrote a very long one. But surprisingly, this long story match with Sri Lankan great monk, Theravada monk, he wrote the Buddha's long story, is matched with Taranatha. That kind of Rinpoche, he is really Rinpoche, he knows everybody. But when he come to the Jonang, when he talk about the Jantong, he debate everybody. Okay? So that's why I'm saying, until now, simple way people think is Rinpoche never debate anybody. Rinpoche never criticize anybody's view, right? It's not that. Remember last night I explained. Rinpoche, you can have many levels. The best level like Taranatha. He know everybody's teaching, details, exact, the deep level. The same time, he has his personal preference. That is Jantong, Jonang view, Dolpoba's way. He see as Dolpoba as a real Buddha. So that is his personal preference. But at the same time, he know everybody's values. And he helped that. He support this. He write commentary. That's why I told you, remember, without Taranatha, Shangpa finish it. But Taranatha and Kangaton Shok preserved completely Shangpa's teachings. And until today, Jonang was practicing. Okay? What I'm saying, Taranatha is not sectarian. Not sectarian. It's non-sectarian. He's a real Rinpoche. But also we can do, if we cannot do like Taranatha, but still we can be Rinpoche. You know, what is we Rinpoche? Let's say, if you are Kagyupa, you say, okay, is Nyangma's practice compassion? Oh yeah. Are the Gelugpa practice compassion? Oh yeah. Everybody do, even Christianity. Okay, then I have respect, you know. So everybody practice loving kindness and compassion, you know, patience, forgiveness, you know, everything. Even non-Buddhist, even non-believers. So then you can see their values, you can have respect. Doesn't matter what you like, your Dharma focus. So this is Rinpoche. You don't see them as like unpleasant. You don't look at the limitations. So this anybody can do. Everybody can do. But if you can do a little bit more, then you read the others' teachings, and then you receive other traditions, lamas, like here. You invite many different traditions. That's very nice. But you don't have to lose your focus. You don't have to distract. So this is also our limitation way to be Rinpoche. You know? So that's why in that case, to be Rinpoche is not really difficult. Yes, it's really difficult like Taranatha, you know. That's difficult. That's not easy. But it is easy way with our limitation. So what I'm trying to hear, I'm saying here, Taranatha, when he talking about Jantong, is the completion Dharma and the most correct. He telling the reason that the doctrine, what Rangtongpa focus and Jantongpa focus is very different. He think is Zhentongpa where focus is the most correct. He think that. Why? I tell you. You know, we have Buddha's teachings. Everybody agree Buddha's teachings. But then we have commentators, you know, who explains the Buddha's teachings. Then who is the highest commentator? Of course, the most highest is this Bodhisattva Maitreya. Why? Because Bodhisattva Maitreya is region of the Buddha. In other words, we say successor of the Buddha. Buddha himself choose Bodhisattva Maitreya in Tushita. And also, he is next our Buddha. After Buddha Shakyamuni Dharma degenerate, then Bodhisattva Maitreya is ready to come. But that's Sutra point of view. In Tantra point of view, he's already Buddha. Okay? Because already counted in 2,000 Buddhas. That's one thing. And even Theravadas, they believe he is the highest Bodhisattva. So there's no contradiction, even within any tradition of Buddhism. But who has a direct connection with Bodhisattva Maitreya is Asanga. Topatomit, Asanga. But in Tibetan Buddhism, they forgot a little bit about Asanga. Everybody talk about Nagarjuna all the time, but they forgot Asanga. Okay? So that's the problem. Not entirely forgot Asanga. Everybody, oh, okay, you know, everybody kind of respect, but not emphasize his teachings. I give you simple example. Have you ever seen Asanga's all teachings together published in computer form, not just the traditional text? Did you see anyone? You know, probably not. Because I looking for many years, everywhere, bookshops and online, everywhere, that's Asanga's text on electronic form, you know, computer form, easy to read. I never found it. Nobody publishing. This is indication of we forgotten Asanga. Okay? So that means is Jonangba's focusing that Asanga's teachings? Yes, but not enough in my point of view. They are focusing more than others do, but still not enough. Some reason everybody kind of like lost, forgotten. The same time, Buddha, Bodhisattva materials, the 5 texts, everybody not forgot. For instance, Abhisama Alankara, we heavily focusing. In the past, Gelugpas heavily focusing. Do you know how long they study that, Abhisama Alankara? How many pages we have? Maybe only 50 pages, or if it's big pages, probably only 30 pages. How much did they study, you know? One of the Gelugpa monastery I studied. They used to study that 12 years. These 30 pages study 12 years. Full time. Not like you guys study, not like that. Lay people study. The monks full time study 12 years. Abhisama Alankara. Abhisama Alankara. There is basically like the Prashna Paramita. Yeah, the root of the Prashna Paramita. Not root, yeah, he make the condense, yeah. So anyway, doesn't matter that's names, it doesn't. But then forgot Asanga. This is scholars should know. It's not really you guys. But you guys are asking me teaching Uttara Tantra. This is one of important, I'm talking about the essence of Uttara Tantra. What is practically we missing? So, you know, Asanga is even higher than Nagarjuna. Do you know that? Asanga is, firstly, third Burmi of Bodhisattva. Nagarjuna is the first Burmi of Asanga, Bodhisattva. But people forgotten that. Not only that, Asanga Buddha prophesies, he is who able to distinguish what is Buddha's definitive teaching and what is provisional teaching. Buddha himself prophesied him. The name of the Manjushri. You know, Jakhwaran Sanjit, Jakhwar Sarjit. And we forgetting that. So Taramata, he making point is he's saying the Rastongpa's Dharma is not complete because they don't focus entirety of Bodhisattva material and Asanga's teachings. But Meron Tongpas Agu say, no, we focus, we study Jilama, you know. We study Uttara Tantra, we study Abhisama Alankara, we study the other teachings. They can say that. You may study it a little bit, but we not main focus, not the main emphasis. That's the problem. Why that's so important? Because Bodhisattva material direct connection with Asanga, and Asanga's brother was a Bandhu. Vajabandhu is we call Sangjiniba. Sangjiniba means second Buddha. It's known as second Buddha. Incredible one. And he's in their lineage lands, Dignanga, Dharmakirti. So Gentong was focusing all these. Basically, Taranatha and De Agu say, we are Gentong, Tolpop and everybody say, we are the compilation Dharma because we focus in this Bodhisattvas doctrine. We not focus in the other scholars. Say that. Other scholars, such as Chantakirti. Let's say Chantakirti is very popular. So Gentongpas put Chantakirti is unimportant. They're saying that, maybe if you study properly, you know that we call it 6 ornament and 2 excellence, right? 2 excellences is Asanga and Nagarjuna. And then the six ones, that's what I'm talking about, the Vajabandhu, Dignanga, Dharmakirti, all these ones, The Gentong Paz they saying they focus in Shambhala Dharma kins, 10th level of Bodhisattvas. Their commentaries and these 6 ornament and 2 excellence, these commentaries they focus in. That's why the Chantakirti and so forth is, for them is not that important. It's not saying they are not scholar, and not saying they are good, not good, but comparatively not that important. So basically what I'm saying is, they focus in the whole entirety of the Bodhisattva material and the lineage, these great Indian masters, they have this completion doctrine. You don't need any other doctrine. They focus on that. But Ralto was, when you talking about relative truth, you focus in, the Vibhashika and Svatantrika, and then you're talking about something else, then you try to picking up some Buddha material and, Nagarjuna. So your focus is shift, and your doctrine is pieces put together. You don't have entirety doctrine to follow these bodhisattvas. That's why your dharma is not wrong, but is not completed. That's their saying.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Where is it expressed in what you're talking about? I thought that there is a progression of the bhumis. That to get to the second bhumi, you have to go to the first bhumi. To get to the third bhumi, you have to go to the first and the second, and so on. So if I understand what you were just saying, that this Shambhala is focusing on the 10th bhumi, is that correct?
No. Not Shambhala 10th Burmi. I'm saying the Shambhala's bodhisattvas have commentaries on Buddhism. Those is these who making the commentaries, they are 10th level of bodhisattvas, like Maitreya, like Manjushiris. You know Manjushri, Avalokiteshvara.
But to understand that, don't you have to go through the bhumis to get to that point to be able to understand that?
Who said don't have to go?
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to understand.
He's saying the commentators, the scholars are saying they're focusing on not so much the bodhisattvas, but from what I understand, you're saying who the scholars are focusing on.
Yes. Maybe there's miscommunication. I'm saying Taranatha, he's saying Jonangpa's Dharma is complete because they focus on the doctrine of the bodhisattvas, not normal scholars.
Okay, so where does understanding those bhumis come from then, if not from the scholar?
It's nothing to do with the Burmese.
Through personal experience?
When he's
I don't get it.
He's saying that they are focusing on the commentaries that were written by 10 Buddha Bodhisattvas. Correct?
Yes.
So, like, maybe Asanga is one, or Maitreya, definitely one, and Manjushri, Avalokiteshvara. So Maitreya, they focus on Maitreya, he's the 10th Bodhisattva. He wrote the commentary, therefore that's their main focus.
Yes. For instance, like this, the Shambhala Dharma Kin, like the Pantrarika, Vimala Pagba, Avalokiteshvara, 10th level Bodhisattva, Manjushri, 10th level Bodhisattva, and then Vajapani, 10th level Bodhisattva. These 10th level Bodhisattva are many emanations on Shambhala. Their commentaries, they focus, main emphasis. And then is like the Asanga, third Dharma, third Burmi. And then this Vajabandhu, and this, they focus on those. Then it's not saying Chandrakirti's saying is nothing. They're not saying that. Chandrakirti, he make commentary more like commentary of second Dharma veil. Chandrakirti's teachings more commentary of second Dharma veil, which means you negating the two selves. They're not saying this is no good. Okay, this is okay, all okay, but not the main focus. The core doctrine, they are focusing on those. You understand? Can you help?
Yeah, so they're not discounting the teachings of Chandrakirti, but they're saying Maitreya's teachings are more important because he's at a higher level of realization.
Yeah, for instance, Nagarjuna. Some people think, Jonangpa is not believe Nagarjuna. It's not. Jonangpa believe Nagarjuna because Nagarjuna's the 6 treatises is a commentary for the second Dharma veil. So they agree this, no problem. And Nagarjuna's praises is Jonangpa's explain is a commentary of third Dharma veil. So that's why Nagarjuna understands third Dharma veil. But he has more emphasis on second Dharma veil. Jonangpa completely understand this. Chandrakirti and these ones, they more focus in is second Dharma veil. That's why they're not main focus. It's not saying they are wrong. Yeah. Okay.
The Shen Kong seems to be saying that there really is an ultimate reality, and that close to the right home. And it seems like this ultimate reality is a uncreated and non-confined area. So in other words, beyond any kind of interdependent origination.
Yes.
It has its own
Yeah.
meaning. And so my question is pure awareness, which is spoken of certainly like Rigpa in the Dzogchen tradition, is that an example of the Shentong concept of the dynamic positive reality? Would Rigpa be an example of the Shentong view of absolute reality?
Yeah, the ultimate reality is everything. We call it Nambatam Chetpa, means everything of totality of everything. They say this. Okay? And so if you say Rigpa is awareness, of course, those all included. But sometimes, like Dzogchen Bawe, Rangtong Bawe, these relative appearances, they kind of like marry in the ultimate truth. That's Shentong disagree. But anything else, no problem.
To understand, let me ask a related question. To understand the kind of reality that the Shentong would ultimately point to, would a person need to go through both Trecha and Tugal practices to reach that view?
Second?
Would a person need to go through Trecha and Tugal practices to realize that dynamic view of reality?
Are you saying to realize the Buddha nature, do we have to negate as what second Dharma will negating, right? Two selves.
Right.
Yes, of course.
With Tugal,
What is a Tugger? I don't understand.
Tugal is Dzogchen practice.
Oh, Tugger. Okay.
Yeah, and Tugal, seems like the person is going to then really have a better understanding of the ultimate nature of reality that way, through the practice of Tugal. So I just wondered if that was in other words, we can talk about all these things, but in terms of realizing at a practical level, it just seems like the practitioner has to really practice for a long time to even be in the ballpark of understanding.
Yes, of course. We just talking about here, communication. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So at the very beginning, you explained that somebody who agrees with the Genpapa, they are taking the third tuning of the will of the Dharma as the definitive teaching. So what do the Ramtang believe is definitive teaching?
What is Rangtong believe definitive teaching? So I'm saying, except Gelugpa or other, whoever they say Rangtong or not, they are agreeing the third Dharma where is definitive teaching.
So Gelugpa, what do they believe is the definitive teaching?
Provisional teaching. Only second Dharma where is the definitive teaching, and the third Dharma where is not definitive teaching. Yeah. Okay, so when we talking about this philosophical debate, we talking, as I said last night, remember, we talking about communication. We're not talking about practice. We're talking about communication. When communication, then the critics come. The critical points of view come. That sometimes maybe people discourage it. And that means, like people take a little bit wrong way, and one way, that means, the other's no good. Maybe I'm the wrong path. That kind of. And the other possibility, you become defensive. The both is our limitation. Because when you talk in communication, you don't have to worry too much. All the Dharma practices is we try to go in small level to higher level. There is nothing wrong about this, anything wrong at all. Because here we're talking about the second Dharma where is not as good as the third Dharma well. That's what we're talking about. But even to reach the second Dharma well, negating all yourself and self-phenomenon, everything, and realizing emptiness, that is huge. So we don't have to worry about this. Nothing at all. We are not yet there. We're just talking about a philosophical point of view. That's why I thought, so how can I really thought from the beginning this is a wrong subject to talk about. But then I didn't know 100% this center, so okay. Because we need, the lay people. We mean these lay people have a lot of samsaric commitments and samsaric distractions. You just need simple explanation. How can I progress every day? So today I talk a little bit because this philosophical point of view. I'm still talking about essence. I'm not going to any of verses in the Uttara Tantra. I'm talking about the essence, but we are even lost in the essence probably. And so, okay. What time?
This is very helpful.
Oh, good. For helpful maybe for some people, maybe, but some people think, oh gosh, headache. So, the other Jonapas think they have really special understanding of the Uttara Tantra. They think that the reason is this Gentongpa before name called Shamchur Gomlukpa, which means the lineage name. Shamchur Gomlukpa, which means Bodhisattva Maitreya's Dharma meditative lineage, who practice with meditation. This lineage, they call that. So why I call that? The Tupchin Ganga meter. The Tupchin Ganga meter. Some people argue the same one is the Kagyupa knowing the Ganga meter. Some people are arguing is a different one. But either way, he founded this Uttara Tantra under Chunyan Namjit. The distinguishing of the Sachinists. Basically, from the five Maitreya's teachings, these two most important ones, he founded in, you can say, kind of like similar, Tirma. He founded in a stupa in India. And then because he found a very special way, is radiating in the stupa small crack. Then he went there and he found that. Then at the same time, Buddha Maitreya
He has Buddha material vision. And Buddha material told him directly. Then he told Tanze Sanza and then Tsan Kaoche, that's Gentong lineage. Come from that. That's why they think they know their lineage, they understand in Uttara Tantra, and this thing is much more than anybody else. So then they meditated and, and they practiced. So maybe you can headache today, but if you really want to understand this philosophical point of view, you should read Torpopa and Taranatha. Then whether you agree or whether you are inspired, one of them, or whether you are disagree or whether you are inspired. One of them happened.
You had mentioned, I have Jeffrey Hopkins' book. It's very thick and it's very hard to get through, but you had mentioned another author earlier.
Yes, Buddha from Torpo.
No, someone who translated. You said Jeffrey Hopkins, and then you mentioned a woman's name who wrote.
Not a woman. Sarah Sten. I'm not sure the correct pronunciation, but if you just search Buddha from Torpo, you can find that book. That's everybody say very clear. Because this main based on Buddha, the Torpopa's core fourth council. When Buddha is teaching, and then we have councils. First council, Ananda, what do you call it? Ashika, what do you call it? Ashita, isn't it? I can't remember the Sanskrit name. Otong Chimo. We have these councils. But Torpo was saying he's the fourth cancer. He can say that. Why? Because everybody believe he is, he's an emanation of the Shambhala Dharma King. That's not Jonaba's belief. Everybody believe. I saw even the Gelugpa text. Gelugpa High Lama say he is Shambhala Dharma King. Who disagrees with Janton, still they say in Torpopa, he is Dharma King. And then he has a very clear Buddha himself prophesied. He appears Buddha's name, his name, omniscient. And he is the victory of the Dharma. Buddha himself said it. And then his reality, nobody can debate him. So why not? He can call him fourth council. So that fourth council inside that Buddha from Torpo. Okay? But also this Geoffrey Hopkins' book, you can read the short version. Geoffrey Hopkins is skillful. He made a short version with all the quotations. Because Torpo was incredible. His book is 80% is quotation from Buddha. Because he have to make new Dharma, so everybody cannot accept with exactly Buddha's, if he not referred exactly Buddha. So that's why 80% is Buddha's teachings, quotes. So for us, this is a headache, So, but if you just read the essence, the short version, without quotations, then you understand. But when I translate my book, my hope, many people understand. It's small and straightforward. Yeah.
Another great master that during the time of Zolpo was Longchenpa. Did they ever talk together, or was Longchenpa influenced by?
I don't think they're same time. They're not same town.
Maybe that's right. Okay. I guess Longchenpa was 13th century, so it'd be, and then Dolpopo was later. I'm sorry, I'm making.
Late 14th century. Yes. But many people believe that Torpopa is also emanation of Longchenpa. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's one of my connections.
Yeah. Longchenpa is incredible one, really incredible one. His teachings, if you look at the really more like Janton, you can say there's a connection, So, this is second Dharma, third Dharma business. So Jantongpas not denying second Dharma will, not denying even first Dharma will. But the third Dharma will is the most definitive. That's they believe in. Why? I tell you why. Let's say, if we say, in this room have no elephant, huh? Let's say, first Dharma, we're talking about elephant. We say elephant, we describe an elephant as how big and how powerful and how dangerous and everything we talk about. That's the first Dharma well. We're talking about cause and effect and good karma, bad karma, everything, We have talked about morality, bodhicitta, related bodhicitta. We're talking all of them. And second Dharma we're saying, all I said is delete. It's not true. Right? Buddha said, even I not exist, I never came, I never taught Buddha, I never taught teaching, I never taught Dharma. That's Buddha said. So everything he said is deleted. Even himself, even Dharma, even enlightenment. Delete everything. So why he do that? Because we had this grasping. We had this grasping. With this grasping, we never we never liberate. Impossible. Why? Because this is all completely illusion, completely 100% illusion. It's not 99.99. It is 100% illusion. Huh? So that's why Buddha said. And then that means we say, doesn't matter how dangerous the elephant. In this room, we have no elephant. Basically, before we talk about elephant, how dangerous, how have to be careful if we use properly, if you tame, and then is great, but if you not, then it's dangerous. That kind of we're talking about. Same as if we use very well our motivation, everything, bodhicitta, then we do well, but if we don't, then we make a very bad karma. Same thing, but now here saying, oh, don't worry, there's no elephant here. Elephant not exists in this room and not this even street and even this town, this city, not elephant. Don't worry about no elephant here. But we forgot we never talk about the Rome. We never talk about the Rome. We will say, oh, no elephant in this room. Not elephant in this room, but we did say, okay, then this room exist? Third Dharma will not talk about that. Never. Just on negating elephant in this room, but not talking about this room. So the third Dharma will talk this room. How wonderful this room, how safe this room, how beautiful, how holy images here, how wonderful, how can we practice Dharma in here, how good energy here. We're talking about this. This is Buddha nature. And then sometimes Rangtongpa's arguments say, oh, everything not exist, but you saying that Buddha nature truly exists. That is wrong. Because Buddha said everything does not exist. Then the answer is Jantongpa's answer. No, Buddha negating everything is relative truth, not the ultimate truth. But if you negate in both, and then why are you even negating? What for? Understood? Enlightenment, for enlightenment, reach enlightenment, liberation. But the liberation not exist. So what are you doing for? Oh yeah, but ultimate truth. Ultimate truth not exist because same as samsara. So what are you doing for? What for? That is the argument. But then another argument Rangtongpa say, oh yes, but if we say this, then ordinary people grasping the Buddha nature is something they grasping like exactly like samsara. That's the problem. Okay, but that's an individual problem. Not for everybody. Depending on how you're intelligent, how much you understand. But at least even you temporarily grasping Buddha nature, how wonderful it is, we need it. Do we need it for inspiration? Do you need inspiration for practice Dharma? We need it. But if we inspire and we practice and we progress, we never grasp in as from beginning. We understand, especially when you have the meditative experience, like Kalachakra 6 yogas, you experience empty form. And that time, you really inspired. Your inspire is not grasping anymore. Your inspiration comes from non-conceptual experiencing. So that's why we need it. Also, communication level, if we say everything is empty, self-empty, it's empty itself, then, it's even, many people discourage it. They don't tell it because they're too embarrassing to tell. But I think I can see many people kind of discourage it. Oh, everything's empty. Then what for? Like. And then the excuses. Some people say, "Oh, emptiness is not empty. Emptiness is not nothingness." Okay, then why you call empty? You should choose the language. Why you call empty? Okay, as long as you say emptiness emptiness is not nothingness, it is luminosity, it is rigpa, it is this and this. People say awareness, wisdom, whatever people say. Okay, then you're already gentle. You're using the wrong language. Huh? Okay? So that is my understanding. Is it helpful for you or is confused for you? Huh?
It's both, because it's both.
Both? Okay, where are you confused?
Not very, but
Tell me.
not very. I think it's good that we know it and that we're familiar, but to expect us to pierce it and thoroughly understand it would be expecting a lot.
Yeah, I think it's both also good because, something you hear new, if it's new for you, hidden new, then you have a very long-term habit, something else. Then if you have both confusing and helpful, that means good sign. Maybe you cannot be 100% very clear because of the long habit. Huh? For me also take for a while because I studied Gelugpa, I studied Nyingma, and I studied all Rangtong, I studied. Over 10 years, studying, practice, everything. Then I went to Chonang, talking about Jantong. Took me for a while. Yeah. But what I'm saying today, they don't talk exactly like that, usually. So this is my conclusion of simplify. Simplify communication. But much more complicated way people talk. Really make you confused. If you go over to the text, kind of talk round, never straightforward, direct. How many people don't understand English? Nobody?
Understand English?
Yeah, not understand English. Who not understand English? Oh, same. Oh, I understand. Oh, good.
Who don't understand English, and they wouldn't know what you said.
We have translated.
Well, Dr.
Okay. Any questions? Any questions, please? Yeah.
So first turning is discipline, second turning focus on the essence of emptiness and also the power of the compassion. Third turning wisdom, you ask question, how is it that everything is empty? Is emptiness Ripa, is emptiness luminosity? And sometimes when you say, why do we ask that? Because nothing exists anyway. I think we lose compassion. So for me, sometimes a problem, sometimes a confusion of asking,
if everything exists or not, or how is it empty, we become focused on the wisdom, sometimes we lose sight of the importance of compassion. Because for me, the why is because of compassion that we enter into the even deeper wisdom view. We're doing that because it opens our compassion even more. Because then it becomes very scholarly for me if I don't maintain that heart of compassion, because that's where you're trying to break apart, right?
Okay. Is last night you here? Last night, are you here?
No.
Oh, that's the problem.
I didn't know you were here. Max told me about today, not yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the organization problem. I'm just joking. Anyway, I'm not sure 100% understood what you questioned, but I try tell you something, so maybe this is first Dharma well is, if you say first Dharma well is or discipline, it's not incorrect, but it's a very limited way, narrow way to look at. So first Dharma well you have to say is about cause and effect. If you say this, then it's bigger, which means that's include everything. Yeah, everything included, is everything about the cause and effect. That's why we are the responsible, our own well-being. Not the God, not the Buddha, is our well-being. We are the responsible, because cause and effect is we making ourselves, not somebody else made for us. That is really essence of the first Dharma well. Second Dharma well is this cause and effect, and I make this, who make this, all this negating, all of them negating. Why negating? Because it's different goal. Because first Dharma well goal is how you make a better rebirth progress in your samsara. Second Dharma well goal is completely liberated from samsara. That means you have to realize selflessness, selfless of person, selfless of phenomenon. Everything is not true. You have to free from illusion. That's why negating everything. Third Dharma well, talking about the quality of the Buddhahood. Okay, you are free from illusion. You negating them and free from illusion. And then, when you reach Buddhahood, what lack? What does the Buddhahood lack? That qualities we talk about. Or another language we say, first Dharma well, we're talking about relative truth. Second Dharma well, you negate in relative truth. And third Dharma well, you're talking about ultimate truth. But to me, if you are Ranton, if you ultimate truth and relative truth both equally is a self-empty, then you're contradicting yourself. Because both is essenceless, so you're contradicting yourself. That's my understanding. Okay, you said you lose compassion. No. For instance, wisdom is a very big word. Wisdom is, you can have many levels of wisdom. Wisdom is not one. Because last night I talked about compassion. Because people have a misunderstanding compassion. That's why last night I taught. Compassion needs wisdom all the time together. If you don't have wisdom, your compassion is very limited and emotional. Emotional The compassion is only starting point. But if you go too emotional, then it's not helpful. You need wisdom, but wisdom helps your compassion is become determination and courageous nature. Courageous nature.
Courageous.
Courageous, yes. That's why real compassion is courageous nature. Emotional compassion is starting point. So you cannot separate with wisdom, compassion. Is this answered? Okay, good.
Any other questions right now?
When you say that Kagyu, Nyingma, Sakya, for example, are Shentong, is it your position, or would they themselves say that they are Shentongpa?
I think that's individuals, like Kagyupa is the great, many karmapas and many the Siddhapanchins, and Jamgon Counter, and many of them, I think they agree they are Shentong. But maybe it's hard to know because, Kalgit is not, has been very philosophical debate lineage. Kalgipa is more meditative practice, that kind of, so not every Kalgit is that kind of a scholar or debate focus. I'm a Ranton or Shentong, not like that. So that's why it's hard to know all Kalgipas, but definitely so many Kalgipas, and especially the great ones, they are Shentongpas. And Nyingma are similar. The great ones, many ones, they are really, I'm not sure they say, I'm Shentongpa, Rantong's not good. Maybe they're not saying this, but they always praise Shentong. It's like that. Sakyapas is half-half, more Rantong and little Shentongpas, but the great ones, the Khircham Chogdan, Panchen Khircham Chogdan and this. Gelugpa, very few Shentongpas, but they're secret Shentong because it's not fit in there. So if they are Shentong, they have to be kept secret.
The reason I'm asking is because I only studied mostly Nyingma Mipam Rinpoche, mostly his view. And my understanding before was that he's presenting the position that even though Buddha nature appears, it's still empty, and it depends on the mind perceiving. It's from the point of view of the perceiving mind whether it appears or not appears.
Yes, but my understanding, regardless they say they are Rantong, Shentong, Kagyupa and Nyingmapas, they are, even they say I'm Rantong, they still they are Shentong. That's my understanding. Yeah.
Rinpoche, you said that wisdom had to go with compassion. From my understanding and I'm a beginner, so I think I had to start from emotion first before I move up to compassion. How can we prevent, when we go to the compassion and falling back to emotions? To me, it looks like there's like a two-way, back and forth. Do you understand my question?
Can you help me? What a question?
Because you said that you had to compassion is not emotion, right? Compassion
Emotional
is not-
compassion is, you can say compassion, but it's a starting point.
Yeah, so you avoid,
Not avoid, you have to go through.
you go through,
Yes.
Emotion, and then
You have to
compassion.
first start emotional compassion,
Right.
and then you have to progress. Not too much you rely on emotion.
But how can you prevent to go, from
Yes.
compassion to emotion again? How can you do it? How do you practice
Okay,
that?
okay. This is a broad view of understanding and deeper understanding. Broad and deeper. For instance, there is victim and there is murder. It's easy to feel bad and feel sorry and so-called compassion to the victim, but difficult to the murder. But even more harder, easy to have compassion to the failure, but difficult to have compassion to the successful. It's true? Because of that
Yes.
narrow view point of view, we are angry with murder and we have felt sorry to the victim. Because we understand narrow view means right now, this is dying, this is person killing. But if you look at the bigger, the dying one paying the karmic debt, free from the debt, one of debt. We don't know how many debts, but one of debt, free from now. And the victim, the murderer, making new bad karma. So new bad karma means planting seed is small, but when we plant in tree is small, but grow very big. So planting bad karma is not so small, it's one person killing, but its experience should be even bigger. So that's why you have compassion of both. If you have really big view, you feel sorry both of them. Okay? Similarly, if you have more wisdom, not about the emotion, you care both of murder and victim. You really cares and their well-being, their future. This is compassion. Real compassion is caring. You really cares, genuinely cares. That is the real compassion. Because why? This is so useful, because if you really cares, you will do something about. Even right now, if you have no opportunity or no ability, but you never forget, and whenever you have opportunity, you do it. Let's say, at least we will pray, you remember this all the time in your prayer. So that is come from genuine caring. But emotion compassion, you just finish. Today you feel very bad, you can do anything about, but tomorrow you forget, you move on. So like that. So that's why expanding the broad view and more understand deeper level of, then become more like a courageous nature. You really care, you care forever means you are courageous nature. Because, you can't, because always we give up. Oh, I can't care everything, it's too much, right? But if you haven't, never give up, always caring means the courageous nature. Does it make sense?
Yes, very, very clear. Thank you very much, Rinpoche.
Okay. I have one question, everybody. How much you want to go philosophical in the afternoon or more practical level one talk? Or practical ones, how many? Okay. How many want to go philosophical? Few, but it's okay. We try both. I talk more 70% practical and 30% philosophical. Okay? So is we meant to be stop and drop?
Yes.
Okay. So then meant to be come back when?
2 o'clock? Is that okay?
Is everybody need 2 hours?
Or come back 1:30?
Huh?
Come back
1:30? Or we can do 1:30, so we can finish earlier, so you have less traffic maybe. I hope.
Okay, so we'll come back at 1:30. If everybody will turn to page 159, we'll do a short dedication for this morning. 159. 159. By the virtues collected in the 3 times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate word of virtue, may I and all sentient beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Trikampa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara. Om. Okay, thank you. boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all other sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. Manam kadam yam sanjadam jedevatam devenyudam
Yadam Dharmacharaj Ngarame Devatam Badamar Niram Chadam Nitam Dharvitam Nyamsa Churji. Gaji Sinjurulani Mandara Don Hajino Janada, Donga Jim Basin, so Nibil and Namagoyan, Conjurala, Horgio, Yarikwan, the Mizona Goyan, but it don't jetta, the Migo to be Honyan Shanandra. Kondo Jojo Tonga Jitina, the Shalom Jaragon, Sado Donderton, Bichuji Jan, Bibji, Yambarando Bottom Jandarasha. Aika Dala Dona Janga, Runda Dana, Ika Namdan, Draken Jitter Kajas, Sanchika the Juna to Jerji. Sijinyan Jin, Yermidam Jayan, Trabi Okarajana, Kambala, Yanta Tahon. Continuation D, Yanda, Horajan, you can roll our Zodan, and you be Panzo, and Yankee. Rigdan Sanki, Azoption, Tata, Danya, Gandhi, and Yanda. Kajigadam be Donga Consideration, could be the Nala Minchels or Wanjamanga Tonton Las. Say Lamana Las on the Proxon Dangara, Jim Jet. Nerso me honyor jelaso semjen don la nerda danchen pambanam dinum ta sada for. So if we go through the text, then we have many subjects. In Tibetan called many subjects. I don't know how to say subject.
Topical outline.
Okay, that's good. And we don't go through these things, okay? So let's say a little bit subject we can go. We capsulate a few verses, or few subjects in Uttara Tantra. Because Khenpo, Samdra, he thought this is a good idea to talk about the Uttara Tantra. His main reason is that Uttara Tantra is the Zhentong, and the Zhentong source referring to the Uttara Tantra. That's his main reason, so that he told me. But if we go too much into the verses, and people will lost, and also not so interested in so-called dry teaching for many people. So instead, we can go the essence, and then we see how can we do it practically how we match with the path, not just philosophy, but how we match with our path to enlightenment. So that's what we try going to do, okay? So Timdir Zamgi. So Timdir Zamgi means sake of the interdependent rising. We do a little bit subject. So subject, say what is again? How you say subject? Topical outline. Okay, good. If we the main topical outline is Nipar Tanju Nusha Palaksam. So there's 3 devices. One is the lunar number of Jakpi Tanju Jipar Shapa. We're talking about the body of the Uttara Tantra. Then we're talking about what the conclusion, the end of the body. So there's 2. Okay. Okay, this first one, Tanju Lu Dorji Nibdan Tamba. So this body of the Uttara Tantra is 7 indestructible aspects. So what do you say? Do you remember anything? The correct translation? Okay. Do you remember? Monk? You don't? No. The 7 indestructible aspects of the body, basically. Okay? So these aspects, first one, they talk about Buddha. Second is Dharma. Third is assembly, or the Sangha. Fourth, they call Kam. Kam means elements. So translated called elements, sometimes called element, sometimes called race, sometimes called family. Because there is dependent what the contacts. You have to see differently. So remember the other day we talked about Shambhala. I said Shambhala is one family. And ultimately, all sentient beings are one family. That is Buddha nature. You know, it's similar when we say race or elements, you know, or in family, all is kind of, we're talking about some types, some different types, different kinds. So the ultimate, what we count is Buddha. So that's Buddha nature. But here we're talking about the Buddha nature. When we say Buddha nature, that means sentient beings had Buddha nature. Why we don't call Buddha, instead call Buddha nature? Because if we say Buddha, then it's not fitted in the communication and the reality of the relative truth. That's why we call Buddha nature, which means the ultimate nature is Buddha, but we appears as sentient being because of our illusion. And then we talk about Shangchep. Fifth is Shangchep. Shangchep is Shang means the purified, and Chip means developed. Basically, ultimate purity and ultimate developments. There is more further developments. There is no further. That's Sanggi, Buddha, and Shangchep similar. You know, Shangchep means we say bodhicitta. You know, bodhicitta we call Shangchep Jisim. So the mind of the Buddha, the mind of the enlightenment. But when we say Shangchep, means more bigger. The ultimate purification, ultimate developments. So which means you already purified the illusion and you completely unveil your Buddha nature. So means that. That's called Shangchep.
Is also the word exhausted? Is that part of it?
Yeah, you can say exhausted, no problem. I have a limited vocabulary, you know. Sometimes limited remembering. Depend, you know, how it makes sense. You can say the exhausted, perhaps. But if you say, yeah, pure, the ultimate pure, there's nothing wrong. Yeah, you can say a primordial purity, but that's a slightly different. So primordial purity, okay, that's different. You know, like no, it's same, but it's different words. Same meaning, but different words. Okay. So here, when we say Shangchep, you practice the path and you finish the path. We're talking about that aspect. When we say primordial purity, we're talking about what is the original, the Buddha nature. Okay? And then we talk about quality of the Buddha. And then after that we talk about, you know, quality of Buddha. We talk about this four fearlessness, 10, what do you call it? 10 10 powers, yeah? No, not really. The Buddha's qualities. Buddha's qualities, you talk about 4 groups, 10 groups, and then 18 groups. Do you know names? Okay. Rough translation is 4 fearlessness and 10 powers and 18 distinguished qualities. Okay? And then the last one, Trinli. Trinli is the activities, enlightened activities. So, and then finished. Uttara Tantra. So, you can go home now. So, how we match with the path? Because Uttara Tantra follows more the ultimate, everything ultimate, the absolute truth. So that's why for us it's a little bit too hard to relate it with if we just purely focus in the words of the Uttara Tantra. Here saying Dorji Gnibden, you know, like the 7 indestructible aspects. That shows indestructible means really the ultimate truth, the Buddha nature. If it's not Buddha nature, cannot be indestructible. That's why Vajra, indestructible. So what we're going to talk today, we can talk not only this indestructible part, but more important for us, what is the relative, these 7, relative level of these 7, relative truth, in the relative truth. So we try to weave this together, okay? And we try to match with the part. Which means I'm talking about the essence of my books. This essence of these 3 books, basically. So that means when we're talking about Buddha Dharma Sangha, then in our practices, Ngondo's practices, everybody's Ngondo practices, and Lamrim practices, everywhere, you have, refuge, I take refuge, and when you take refuge, then you have to understand what 3 jewels. In that way, we can go. But before that, most of the people even not get there. You take refugee Buddha, maybe you do, but you do only silly reasons, or superficial reasons. We do, I pray Buddha, I take refugee Buddha for help my business, my job, find a job, success within business, my marriage, many things we do this way. You doing this way is okay. Okay, it's nothing wrong. You can do that. But if we understand a better way and more deeper way, then more powerful and more constructive. Therefore, we talk about renunciation. We talk about renunciation. And then people have a misunderstanding of renunciation. People think renunciation is I have to give up everything. Give up everything. I have to. I have to is wrong, actually. You don't have to if you don't want it. I should, so maybe okay. But more try, I want it. But not I want to give up. It's not that. Instead, I want to free from. Don't think about I want to give up. Give up and I want free from is different. So renunciation is really a freedom. You gain in some freedom. It's not you lose or you give up. You lose means you really don't want to lose, but you have no choice, you lose. Give up means you wanted but you couldn't deal with, so you couldn't cope with, so you just give up. But if you free from, that's everybody wanted. There is one saying, Rang wang tamchit dewa yin, jan wang tamchir dungnar yin. Which means all the freedoms is happiness, joy. And all interdependence is suffering. Okay? Dependent. All freedom is happiness and joy. All dependence is suffering. Therefore, Ajahn Tongpa says the ultimate absolute truth of Buddhahood is not interdependent. Buddhahood is not interdependent. You know, others say everything is interdependent. True truth is interdependent. But Ajahn Tongpa says no. The ultimate truth is not dependent. This is a very big philosophy, but we don't go there, okay? But what we want to know, how we renounce things we are stuck with, and we have struggle in things. We just go there, practical level. Things we want actually, but is a wrong focus. That is we just want swab, we just want to be healthy. That's okay, no problem. That's really necessary. But usually we want luxury, and we focus in sensory pleasure. That is a little bit problem. It is not a problem you have sensory pleasure. But if you cling in on this and you focus on this is the problem. Because these small pleasures is obscure the big, great bliss. And the obstacle of these small luxuries is obstacle of the enlightened luxury. Buddhahood luxury, the true luxury. And not only that, when we have plenty resources for the sensory pleasure, then we will not pleasure anymore. Do you know that? That's the problem. Therefore, Buddha saying everything in samsara is rooted by suffering means that. You know, you eating ice cream is very pleasure taste, but if you eat 10, 20, same time, no more pleasure. It turns suffering, right? So similarly, everything temporarily nice, but then becomes boring. That's the problem. And not only that, but then also we want things like, we like praise, not blame. We like recognition, not ignore. We want to gain and compete. We don't want to lose. But if we understand very deep level, then samsaric laws can lead you profound path. Samsaric blaming, if you take very well, you gain deeper qualities. Yes, blame. Yeah, samsaric blame, you know, that blame you and somebody blame you, even is forcefully blame, let's say. Forcefully blame. You don't react. Then you gain much better. Recognition and praise is inflame your ego. But the opposite is crushing your ego. But the ego is the real enemy for us to not close into our Buddha nature. We are for slave for ego. The whole world so busy because slave for the ego. Huh? What is it?
Yes, continuously. It chants continuously.
Samsara goes on continuously.
Yes.
Samsara goes on continuously.
Is a question?
No questions, making a comment.
Oh, okay. Yes, samsara go continuously if you do the repetitive action, repetitive. If we don't change ourselves, yes, continuously. But if we change, we can break the samsara. That's it. So renunciation means, like somebody blame you, you're not stuck with this. You just keep going. You don't care what somebody blame is, whether true or false. You don't really seeking for any status or anything, fame or status, or you don't seeking for this. But at the same time, you seeking for this for only benefit, enlightenment. 100% if you sure, you can do that, no problem, as a tool. Basically means social high status on anything. If you seeking this for only to impact other people's life for dharma reason, then it's okay. Because then becomes like a tool. When we use the tool, you control the tool, not tool control you. If the tool control you, could be kill you. Think about very powerful electricity, things you use, tool. If you control the tool, no problem. But if he tool controls you, going to kill you. Similarly, when we know how to use it very well, everything, your social status and everything, your name and fame and anything, then it's very useful. But the 99.99 people don't go that way. Instead, you not see as a tool. You sacrifice everything for this tool. And now you're not using the tool very well. Instead, tool use you. And then you stuck in samsara forever. Therefore, we need freedom from these things. Okay? But to have this freedom, the obstacle is we don't understand the karmic cause and effect. That's why we always seeking for secondary solutions, not the primary focusing. Secondary solutions means, maybe God help me, maybe Buddha help me. Maybe somebody help me. Especially I blame somebody. I blame somebody not helping me. Or I take court to try to help me. Court. Legal court. And sometimes, legal court fightings takes years. So much you waste in your life. But the primary focus, if you want primary focus, then watch your mind, watch only our mind, training our mind every day. Watching our own attitude and motivation. Probably some people don't get it. Why that helps my life? Let's say if I have an intention to helping all sentient beings, what does help my life? I have too many things to do for myself, for my life, so I don't have time to do others. It is not about you have no time to do your own responsibilities, your organizing your life. It is about training your mind. When you train in your mind more thoughtful and compassionate, not too much emotionally, but more sensitive, more thoughtful. So if like that, you don't stuck your own suffering, because your suffering becomes very little. Because you have broad view. Because you see all sentient beings. So your personal suffering becomes tiny. The biggest problem in this world now is people suffering so much. Why? Because focus so self-centered to focus. Because this whole world teach us how to focus. individual, how to focus individualism, how to focus self-centered. The devas is in everything in this world appears is for teach us how you focus self-centered. Electronic devices, pigment, like let's say everything has passport, right? This all, everything shows, I see this way. We use Facebook, we use, we use mobile phone, bank, everything, passport, right? Passport. See, yeah, so you only know, other people don't know. So which means really focusing on you. So that means you isolating from everybody and you focusing you on. They're teaching you this. Teaching you self-centered. So, everything becomes like that, everything. So everything, me, and mine. But also shows nobody can trust anybody. That's why you need passport. Everything passport. We do little things, we have to form so many forms, fill so many forms. That means also no trust. No trust. All makes really isolated and self-focused. So that's why I often think Shambhala. If it's in Shambhala, do you know what is Shambhala? No passport, no phones, no cars, no any machine whatsoever, and no business, no money. Money is not exist. Personal wealth is not exist. It's really same family. Everybody share everything. Even no marriage. Because marriage means small family. Right? Why we need small family? Because we can't trust everybody. Not possible. So you have to try build a small nest. Like birds, they have small nests. Somewhere try to save, somewhere try to look for a long time, where is the safest. They never save anyway, but they try. Similar way, we try to build a small marriage and family. No choice. That's all we can do. I'm not going to details of this. I went too far. Basically, we need, when we say talking about renunciation, try to understand freedom, not giving up. So when we try to understand karma, don't think about, there's unfair karmic conditions chasing you and punish you. Instead, be happy about I can be responsible myself. Because all karmic experience is my own creation. So that's why now I have choices, I can change. Let's say you have a bad house. You build very wrong way. But it's still your house. So you can change, you can renovate whatever you want, you can do it. You need some effort, but you can do it. Similar way, think about, right now, it seems like I have so many obstacles. My karmic creation prayers may be not so good, but still I can renovate. I can renovate. Renovation. My karmic house. Think about that. So only you need to change your attitude, change your motivation. Don't think about how much your ability, your physical ability you have. Don't think about that. This is temporary. No matter where you're at, you have to start from there. Right? The good thing, you have freedom to start. And this is your choice. Karma, you have to think about that. Also, we don't have time to go details, but this is very logical. I wrote very details the karma in the first book. Traditional details, but also new thoughts, new examples. So you understand very clear. But what to do with renunciation and the karma, understand karma? Do you see the link? Because you not do the repetitive useless again. You will have every day, if you understand cause and effect properly, karma properly, every day you have a progress. Progress.
Because we don't believe enough on the cause and effect of the Buddha.
Yes, but belief is one thing, but if you studied and educate yourself, understanding is better than belief. But if you don't want to study, then better to believe.
I can't believe that you do practice of this too. If you practice of this, you don't need to do just the people. Doesn't do educate and generate your body teacher.
Okay. Say. And then we're talking about, the four convictions. We talk, renunciation. For renunciation, we talk about samsara falls. The weakening of samsara. Why is so important? Because the entirety of our problem is we stuck in superficiality. And little samsaric good things we take big deal. But in the end, we disappointed. So therefore, the samsara, when we say samsara weakness and suffering, people think it's suffering or pain. But don't think about suffering or pain. Suffering or pain is everybody understand and unpleasant, nobody wanted. That doesn't have to be even a human, as animals understand. But if you really want intelligent, that's what I'm saying. The good things usually we think is really good, those social status and this fame and then praise and again, all these things, We think this is the really we think good ones. if you see they are not really useful, only uses as a tool, not the real gaining. It's not the real achievement. Only he can use this tool is okay, you know. If you see that way, that we see in the weakness of samsara. These help us everybody, no doubt. So try that. Then we're talking about the precious human birth, right? And then you may see some contradiction. Because one way we say samsara is useless, and one way we say, oh, precious human birth. Because we're talking about different aspects. If you stuck and clinging on human birth and human pleasures, then is obstacle. But if you take opportunity, as you are human, and you are human intelligent, if you use as a tool to liberate from normal human birth, then is precious. Then is really precious. Far more precious than any other creature. But if we use it as a, like for destructive, and then far worse than any other creatures. You know? So therefore, this, then we talk about this impermanent, and especially the term of the death, impermanent. This is very important too. Because the problem, we think so everything forever. So many times we have attachment because we think this is forever. Even you think not forever, but you think is long term. Always we thinking, when I die, somewhere far, far away, we thinking. This is makes everything delay, procrastinated. Even you want to practice Dharma, procrastinated because you thinking the death is far away. And you never prepare. But the truth, 90 or 100 years sick person, we believe die tomorrow, or absolutely young, healthy, intelligent, 20 years old, you don't know which one die first. Absolutely nobody knows. Only we have forced calculations, say, oh, no. We try to think many points, oh, it's not going to die soon because of this. But this is a generalization, not individually, zero guarantee. Zero guarantee. So these things make us, if you understand this and read in the book and contemplate, you read in the book, maybe you need once or twice. After that you can contemplate this, every day try to think the essence. In any situation. So you will have the renunciation. Which means maybe you don't have renunciation 100%, but maybe you slowly gain renunciation, 10%, 20%, you get 15, 20, 25. Maybe every year you have some, even didn't have every day or every week or every month progress, but you definitely have every year progress. That means you build in big strength your own. Instead, you rely on, oh, such a protector I need, such a, a clairvoyant. I try to seek in clairvoyant and try to ask how about my future. Majority of them is liars. They don't tell you the truth. They just tell what you want here. They don't tell what you need here. But even they don't really know. Most of them, they don't know. Clairvoyance. Some of them maybe know a little bit, but definitely limited. Limited means definitely mistake. So you wouldn't seek them. You build strength within yourself. You have Buddha nature. That means you are absolute Buddha, only temporary problem. The good news is a temporary problem is temporary, impermanent. But the Buddha nature is permanent. Why you not try to closer to the Buddha nature? Why you not building your own confidence? This is your own freedom, real freedom. Everything else we are seeking for human rights and animal liberation, vegetarianism. We say many things. All this okay, but they are all secondary. Very secondary. So if you focus on the primary cause and condition, this is the real Dharma practice. Real Dharma practice, you contemplate the reality and you working on your own mind. This is real Dharma practice. Prayer, these things is secondary again. So that's why Dharma need our education. Think about your education for job. How many years you need? From the kindergarten to PhD university, probably you 30 years you need education. At least 20 years. What the ultimate purpose? Only for job, but no guarantee. What about if you have no time to find a job and earn a lot of money and then make a house and then if you don't have time for that, then think about how much you invested time. But if you practice Dharma, you train it on your mind, spirit, which means really closer to your own Buddha nature. This you never lose. When you die or anywhere, you never lose the continuity. How do you know? We know some people easily to learn Dharma, some people very hard to learn. Why? Because prayer is life. But if your job, education, the samsaric education, job, status, wealth, everything never go with you when you die. Instead, all these bad karma you accumulate for these ones, you served your ego and you created so many bad karmas. These definitely go with you. Inseparable with you. So that's why we have to think about. Without this understanding, when we say take refuge Buddha, take refuge Dharma, take refuge Sangha, is kind of silly reasons, become silly reasons. Silly reasons have a little result, little benefits. I don't say zero benefits. Maybe better than zero. That's all. But if you understand in this meaningless of samsaric life, but if you take very well, then it pursues human birth. But it have to be urgent, otherwise you never know when is death. Then becomes very constructive. Think about why I have to learn new language when I am already almost 40, completely new language, and then spend like over 10 years, cannot go anywhere. You know, so many monks told me, why you don't go enjoy, travel? You have Australian passport. You crazy. We have only Indian passport or something. Not Indian passport, just Tibetan refugee, like that. So we have so difficult to travel, but still we go, we try. Are you crazy? They're telling me this so many times, so many monks. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't travel, even Victoria, I didn't travel, very little. I didn't focus anything. I just want to focus, learn the language and write the books. Okay, then why you don't write in Tibetan? Oh, I thought this, Tibetans will not appreciate. Do you know why? They are full. No room, no more room. You know, full means? They have only time or room for very, very high title ones. So if I wrote, nobody read. So then I was very disappointed. But also, if I write in English, there's much more chance to translate other languages. If I wrote in a Tibetan, very little chance to translate other languages. So that's why for me is so urgent. Everything I know is out and outside. Otherwise, die with me. Just die with me. So for me is far more important than building Dharma centers, building huge stupas, building many things. I can build many Dharma centers like focus on superficial. Just say, meditation, relieve your stress, those things, If you focus that, you easily can build many, many Dharma centers. But I thought, really need to go deeper and organize it, true spirituality. That's why, for me, it's so urgent to go. That's why I focus. So now I, not finished, but enough to let people know. So that's why I'm here, So what I'm saying is basically, this is most urgent for me because this is my pursuit human birth for. So urgent because I didn't know when I die. When I talk about this, people say, oh, you're not going to die. You're still so young. No way. People telling me that. But I always really thinking, enter this, finish the books, I thinking more death, And then finish the books, then I a little bit thinking less. Okay, now I feel like, even I died, okay, there's a lot of books. all there. So people will read, maybe takes time, but that kind of feeling I have. That's why for me is 200 Dharma centers, 300 Dharma centers I built in the West. Or these books, for me is books. Why? Because Dharma centers, if you focus very superficial, then build very easily. But if you focus quite authentic, and then it's so difficult, so slow, and because I know I went everywhere. I know everybody is struggling. Okay, finished that. Is this practical? This is practical, okay, but if we have this kind of renunciation, then we really truly take refuge. Do you know why? Because Buddha already down, he's gained this freedom. So when we want to take a refuge from some danger, then we want who is the most safest place, who is the safest person, we take refuge there. Similarly, if you really want free from samsara, then you only go Buddha, nobody else. So therefore, the Buddha talking about inside the Uttara Tantra, they say, so 6 aspects. First one, Duma Shikhan, Buddha is not created from anybody. Not created. It's not dependent on cause and conditions. It's not a it's not combination. It's Dumapshi. Du means it's not a combination, not created. It is spontaneous. Therefore, cannot understand by others. What do you mean? We're talking about the ultimate Buddha. We're not talking about, we're not talking about Buddha Shakyamuni, okay? We're not talking about Buddha Shakyamuni. We're talking about the ultimate Buddha. We can say Paramadyo Buddha, or we can say Dharmakakaya Buddha, or whatever you call the truth Buddha. It have to realize itself, not others that you can understand. So that means, like when we reach Buddhahood, means there is no reach really ourself, free from completely this illusion, free ego, free everything. That's it. So therefore, if we say essenceless or empty itself, they cannot be. So that's why, if that, then is nobody who gained Buddhahood. There's no who or anybody at all. But when we say realize itself, which means The real truth is this Dharmakaya. Real truth of us is the Dharmakaya, not the we are now. We are now thinking this is me and this is mine. This is illusion. When we are free from this, then we realize, oh, this is not me. Me is this. That kind of realization. And that time, Khentrul Setang Nupadang. You have omniscient mind. Khen means you know everything same time. Right now, we don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. We don't even know what happened this evening. We just assume. We don't know nothing. Really. But that omniscient mind is in, you know everything same time. There's nothing unknown for you. We don't know even where we come from and where we go, and we don't know nothing about. Then Stedang Nubajan, Steva means the love, We have a biased love. And sometimes we have to practice love. But Buddha, ultimate nature love. You don't need practice. No bias. All sentient beings seem as more than you love your child. Not emotionally, okay? Not emotional attachment. Instead, rare warmth radiating for all sentient beings as like sun. And then we don't have nupa. Nupa means we have limited abilities. Even you want help sentient beings, even you love them. Buddha has limitless ability. When we say Buddha has a limitless ability, that means Buddha can change the universe. Buddha make all sentient beings make Buddha. Just like this. That no. That's also don't make misunderstood. Buddha's limitless ability means manifest innumerable forms. So that was everything we have received, everything goodness is really somehow Buddha's influence. But we have to create condition. Sun has limitless warmth. Sun has warmth for everybody. But if you create cave, never facing the sun, you never get the sun inside, you can't get. We have to open this. So like that. So we have to understand Buddha is our own nature of Buddha. And the Dharmakaya we're talking about that. It's same thing. It's same thing. But only difference is for us different. Let's say sun. Sun is same for everybody. But if I have cloud obscure the sun, you don't have cloud, for you and me not same. But this is nothing to do with the sun, only cloud. Same thing, Buddha Shakyamuni is Dharmakaya and our Buddha nature exactly same, but Buddha Shakyamuni we call Dharmakaya because he already unveiled. And we not unveiled. That's why for us Buddha nature, not Buddha. But the reality exactly same. So if you understand this Buddha nature, and gain confidence of this, then it really helps. What does help? One is you become very responsible to unveiling this. You're inspired and you become diligent. You have again admiration. Not only that, when you become very good practitioner, the sentient being's problem, the human being's problem is when you are little big, if you are anything develop good, then you have obstacle or called pride. This pride come. Pride is the obstacle. But if you know all sentient beings is failure ones and appears very bad people, unfair, unkind, criminal, anybody, when you are aware and gain confidence in Buddha nature, so everyone, that reduces your pride and reduces your looking down them. Because you think, oh, temporarily I'm trying develop my relative human qualities. But who has not developed one, we are the same Buddha nature. Just temporarily a tiny differences. But differences also again because of these sentient beings. These sentient beings, with these sentient beings you develop kindness, compassion, or humility, or everything you have to gain with people, with sentient beings. Nothing you gain independently. If you understand this, then you wouldn't looking down the people. And also you're not annoying people, you know. And you're not extremely attracted to the people. And you not develop attachment, strong and, you know, clingings. Also people annoying you, less annoying you. But that doesn't mean you let them take over you and you lose time with them, you lose energy with these silly people. It doesn't mean that. You can create boundaries. Huh?
Fix your mic.
Okay. What is the problem? Okay. There we go. Okay. So that helps Buddha nature. You know, I mean, if you understand Buddha nature, that helps a lot. And also, it's not like you depend on external Buddha too much. But of course, at the same time, we need external Buddha. External Buddha means like Shakyamuni Buddha. Shakyamuni Buddha, We can say external Buddha, or you can say relative Buddha. Buddha or relative truth, not the ultimate truth. So what we can do, Buddha, we can confidence with Buddha through his teachings. When you see how profound his teachings, then automatically you trust the Buddha. That is enough for refuge. You trust, you respect, then you have confidence with the Dharma. Anything no make sense in the Dharma, and that means we realize our limitation, not the Dharma. But the Tibetan Buddhism have many other things. Maybe I have to explain this a little bit. Let's say we call Lama, Yetam. You know, we put Lama before Tibetan Buddhism, we put Lama before Buddha. That is really controversial for other people. Very controversial. That's why who would like to criticize Tibetan Buddhism, they call Lamasm. Oh, Tibetan Buddhism is not Buddhism, it is Lamasm. This is terrible. It is true if you look a more superficial way. That's true. But if you look more profound way, there is nothing wrong at all is Lama put before Buddha. Do you know why? You know, the Buddha nature, everybody same, remember? Not only just Lama, all sentient beings, even insects. Only relative level. Buddha Shakyamuni also as a human being just appears like our lamas. A little bit different appear, but we don't really know exactly. It's almost 3,000 years ago. So we have argument on this. That's why I have different traditions. But more importantly, Buddha himself said it. I will manifest as your spiritual teachers. And then Vajrayana make a connection like your present Buddha. You know, it's hard to relate Buddha 3,000 years ago. But if you bring a real human being in your present, your time, with you as a human being, if you have this attitude and you gain a lot from this. This is we know. This is not new. It's centuries. We gain this. We gain a lot of. Many people enlightened from this. My own experience, if I look at all the traditions, 40 years, I watch. Always, who is really dedicated on Lama? They always win practitioners. Not the scholar ones. Not the so-called intelligent ones. But who is really has a good perception and dedication on Lama, they always, the spiritual practice are win. You know, connection, very much connection, you know, like definitely you can make good connection with Lama than Buddha if you went to the right way. Not necessarily for everybody. You know, the most important in spirituality is that this, what do you call? This softened heart. This softened heart. And this love and devotion, this is the most powerful in human. You know, emotion is kind of useless in the sutra path. But in Tantra, even emotions is useful. So even you emotionally connected with your Lama is really helpful spiritual progress in Vajrayanism, Tantrayana. I'm sure anybody have children, you know what is unconditional love. So if you had, this is you have unconditional love only samsaric reasons. But if you have spiritual reasons, this unconditional love, your Lama, with any Lama, any human being, something to do with the spiritual reason, guarantee you have result. That's why they put before Buddha. Then before Buddha, they put yitams. You know, do you know what yitams means? I explained this. Yitams means you have to think of there's a general yitam and individual yitam. Generally, yitam means they're already enlightened beings, not bodhisattvas. They are enlightened beings, Buddhas. But not just every Buddha, and Buddha come with big system, spiritual system, like Kalachakra, Chakrasambhara, you know, Hevajra, Guru Samaya, that kind of came with big system and very extensive system. That is the yidams. That is the general yidam for everybody. So why? Because they come with big system. The big system is the Kalachakra. Kalachakra is Kin Tantra. But the others also big ones. So this is yitam, real yitam. Then individually yitam, not necessarily those yitams. If you have very strong connection with even bodhisattva, like Avalokiteshvara, Tara, Manjushri, anybody, if you have really strong connection, you cannot compare any other yitam. You are 100% satisfied with this. And this is not in general yitam, but your becomes, for personally you have connection, so you can call yitam. But this is not in general yitam because not come with big system. but you have spiritual, personal connection. Do you know then Dakinis means? Dakinis means?
Skydance. Skydance.
Yeah.
Conjure.
Yeah, that's just a name. But what do you know what it means? What exactly? No, not necessarily Buddha, you know. Dakinis means you can, you know, like Dakini is a the male version you can say Daka, and Dakini female version you can say that. So they are really your spiritual gardens. Yes. Like you have to think of in Sutta way, you can think of like bodhisattvas. Bodhisattva male versions you can say Dakas, and bodhisattva female versions Dakinis. Okay? But we not talk too much Dakas, because instead we call Dharma protectors. So you can see most of Dharma protectors, they are masculine and they are scary and that kind of more protect outside external problems. Protect you from the external problems. Then we talk a lot of Dakinis. Why? Because Dakinis is nurturing you, your practices. Because like mother figure. So nurturing your spiritual progress, practices. So depending on how you are a good practitioner. If you are a really good practitioner, the Dakinis help you all the time. You don't have to request. Okay? But the problem, we always request. We always, prayer for Buddha, give me job, give me husband, give me wife. That's the problem. Give me high status, give me name and fame. So let's say the people you know, they don't do nothing for you, but always ask you, can you help me this? You know, can I have this, your positions? All the time requesting you. What happened? You don't want to help them. You annoy it. Right? We kind of doing the similar. Probably Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, maybe they're not annoyed because they are unconditional love and compassion. But they definitely don't help you extra. Why? Maybe because they want you to learn something. They want you to learn your own responsibility, not rely on me. Think about that. No. Because they can see what is your karma. Okay? They help, but their help is limited because you have karma as well. If it's everything entirety up to them, they already helped a lot, already long time ago. We are not here anymore. Okay? But let's say, if there's people you know, they never ask you anything to help, but they do everything for you and for everybody, Would you inspire this person? Would you inspired by this person? Of course you do. This person you don't need request. You look, oh, this person what need, oh, what I can do for him or her, like this, right? Similarly, if you practice Dharma properly, all the dakinis watching you, they always looking what they can do for you. And all the Dharma protectors just come around you. They always see what I can do for you. So I have this kind of attitude. So therefore, I never pray protectors. Some monks, they have very thick book like this. They every day pray these protectors. And they believe, oh, they help me, oh, they have to help me. You know, I need to raise this much money. I have to build this statue, you know, this stupa. Oh, maybe that's good ones actually. The bad ones, I have to buy car, very expensive car, expensive watch, camera, whatever. I need money, so I pray the protectors. So I have this kind of attitude also. No, I don't have to pray. If I'm doing the right, they help me. But if I pray too much, nobody help me. Just same as you ask, someone asks you all the time something. You are annoying and you always avoid. You looking, oh, it's coming, okay, I'm going. Okay, so dakinis like that. Dharma protectors like this. But just important to remember, they are manifestation of Buddha. That's why Sutrayana don't talk about this too much, just Buddha. But the Tantrayana is more deeper and more detailed and more methods. More methods means they're showing the different aspects of the Buddha. Oh, gosh. Time is okay.
Maybe take a short break.
Okay. You can have short break, 10 minutes. Then we have to finish in 4:30, okay? 4:30. I did, okay. Okay.
So it stays more comfortable for you. Is that okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions? No? If I talk like this way, the people like philosophical ones is unhappy? No? Really? Okay. Nobody unhappy?
I'm not unhappy, but I enjoy hearing more of the detail and the richness of the Tantra, of the Sastra.
Huh?
When you explain a little more in the detail of the Sastra, it's very fulfilling as well.
She's in the 30%.
Not at all. I'm much more of a practitioner than a scholar, but it's very helpful.
You mean the Uttara Tantra? The Uttara Tantra you can read, no problem, right?
You need masters to understand.
That's where you come
Yeah, this all helps you to understand, actually. What happened? Okay. I'm not sure. Mm-hmm. I don't understand this. Oh, okay. Somehow I lost. Okay. Okay, let's say Kalachakra Yunmin Minmin Mayin Yunmin Lirjan Tang Stakpar Menu Nitsik Tang Ter Sosorank Vijawa Jamid Yeki Ozer Nardanamik Bakan Shapa Dantang Ravi Ramnam Jumzat Tambi Chutelandat Yeah, this is very scholar way of talk. So, chapter nyin guhwa tang lam gi demba takavdu koram chibjin te takjang yundan khsum ki yundan khsum kirksha. Chapter nyin guhwa tang lam gi demba te takavdu koram chibjin. Okay. Let's say, talk about Dharma. In Uttara Tantra say, chapter in Guhwatang, Lam Jib Dimba Chikabdu. It's okay, don't worry. You don't translate. Don't translate Tibetan, it's okay. Dharma, you can understand in many ways. One way you can understand non-attachment is Dharma. You know, remember, you having pleasure is nothing wrong, but you are attached with pleasure as the problem. You have name and fame, high status, and so forth, is not a problem. But if you are clinging on this, that's the problem. Even you have possessions, that's not the problem. You have possessions, that's not the problem. You have money is not the problem. The problem is you clinging on this. You are attached with this, that's the problem. You have good relationship with people, that's not the problem. The problem is you have attachment and clinging on this, that's the problem. So anything goes antidote for this is dharma. So therefore, if we think of the ultimate dharma, which means Buddhahood, I said, the ultimate Buddha is independent, remember? Independent means zero attachment. If you're not even a depend, then how can you have attachment? No possible. Not just emotionally attachment, but anything attached, nothing. That's one way of talk. The other way we can talk, identify dharma, is we say lam and ngokpa. Lam means path, ngokpa means the attainments. But when we say lam, it's not like a road. It is more quality. The transformation in our mind, the transformation of your mind. You can, one nature, two aspects you can think about this. One way is transformation, this is like lam. Then every transformation you have better quality. This is, you can think of Gopa. That's a simple way of think. If you want a really technical way of theory, then we usually say 5 paths and 10 Burmese. The first path called Tsoglam, accumulation path. Accumulation path, if you take a self-liberation, if you take a self-liberation path, patimoksha path, when you have true renunciation, not just generated by the renunciation, you have the naturally the renunciation in your mind, then you are entering the path. But if you take in bodhisattva path, whenever you have the genuine bodhicitta in your mind, that time you are entering this accumulation path. Accumulation path means we accumulate a lot of merit and we do a lot of purification. That's why in Lodro we have, this mandala offering and Vajrasarva purification. The second part called preparation part. That means that time you're not just accumulating, but you have really rare transformation. So rare transformation means you preparing become ordinary to extraordinary. In Tibetan, korum phakpa. Sosu kiwolim phakpaya. Sosu kiwolim phakpa lampo. So, ordinary, from ordinary to become Arya bin. You prepare that. There's 4 stages you can go. 4 stages. 4 stages. Then you finish the 4 stages, and then you enter in the 3rd path, that called seeing path or insight path. What do you see in there? Basically, you see in there Buddha nature directly. Okay? This other language you use, you realize emptiness.
That means the aha.
Yes, not arahat, arayabin. Don't mix with arya and arahat. Okay? Not arahat. But when we say, when we realize emptiness, which means really, literally not really correct. Basically we say, we negating the self, so you really negating, so you can experience the selflessness. So the positive way we can say, you realize you have a realization of Buddha nature. The other way you can say you negated the self, so self of person, self phenomenon, so then we say realize emptiness. But we have to, there are also many philosophical arguments here, okay? We don't talk about that. But the most important, you realize Buddha nature doesn't mean you fully realize. Let's say, I saw the sun with my naked eyes. Yes, we see sun with our naked eyes. But do we really see the details of the sun? No, not possible. With our naked eyes. So you can think it's similar like that. But you experience there is no self. So that's called, that term, same term called first Burmese. So then you have 7 Burmese who go with your effort. An incredible gain in enlightenment qualities. For instance, the first Burmese term, you can experience millions Pure Lands, the Buddhas and teachings in one, you can say, few seconds. First Burmese. You can multiply that second Burmese 1,000 times, third Burmese 10,000 times, like that. But still you need some effort into seventh Burmese. Then after that, 3, 8, 10, 9, 10, you don't need even effort. Effortless transformation. Then after that, Buddhahood. We're not going to details of that, okay? I'm just giving you outline. Dharma means every transformation, every Burmese or every these attainments is Dharma. Rare Dharma. That's why rare Dharma, we call this Konchoksam. The sublime rarity, the real and sublime, the super rare ones. Sanji Komchok, Chu Komchok, Gene Komchok. So, 3 rare ones. So, real Buddha is the final, how do you call it? Right? The end of the exhaustion of the obscurations and the final of the developments. That is actually the Buddha, you can make Buddha Dharma Sangha. Okay? So, these final attainments, you can say that final Dharma. And Sangji Chu. This final omniscient mind, you can say Buddha. And this is a person, when you think of this Buddha as like person, you can say the final Sangha. But when we say Buddha Dharma, Sangha, if we don't put everything on the Buddha, then Buddha is Buddha, and Dharma, real Dharma, is after only first Burmese level. First Burmese level of all this person's qualities is the real Dharma, the real sublime Dharma. And from that onward, this person's is real Sangha. Until then, like we say, oh, we have Sangha here, practitioners. This is not real Sangha. This is assembly. But this is very important too. Because when you take refuge, Buddha is your trust, Dharma is your confidence. Sangha is your help. You know, the rare Sanghas is your role model. And the ordinary Sanghas, your companion. You know, we need to support many ways. The rare Dharma, we support, our inspiration. But these normal Sanghas support us, each other, encouraging each other. And even the normal ordinary Sangha, if anyone good role model, everybody look up that. We need inspiration in many levels. And also we are human beings, so we need a kind of like a sense of love, sense of caring, sense of community. So the definition of Sangha is called unity.
But there's like 3. There's Arya Sangha, Noble Sangha. What's the third one?
Huh?
There's like 3. There's Sangha. Then there's the Sangha of monks and nuns. And there's the Sangha of the Bodhisattvas.
Yeah. So yeah, the Arya Sangha, I said, up to the, from the first Burmese level onward. The Sangha, usually we call the monks, monastic, but full ordination, 4 people, we call Sangha. Gelong Jirde. Somebody fully ordained 4 people together, we call Sangha. That's more Vinaya way, more Patimoksha way. But in more Vajrayana way, everybody practitioner as a group, as a Sangha. Not individual person, we don't call Sangha. If you are first Burmese onward, then 1 person is Sangha, even 1 person. Until then, only group is a Sangha. Okay? So Uttara Tantra mainly emphasize what is the Buddha qualities. That's why it's good for Gentong. Why? Because Rangtongpa point of view, the ultimate truth is empty. If it's a real Rangtong, I mean a real Rangtong. But the Gentong point of view, everything, all the qualities on the Buddha. That's why his Uttara Tantra fit in there. Very, very fitted. But today we talking about relative 3 jewels, we talking about that. Like Buddha Shakyamuni we trust because he has so much teachings, incredible depth, and no contradiction. The Sanghas, the extraordinary Sanghas, we have lineage lamas, lineage incredible ones, like Milarepa, like you can say many things. They are real models. The Dharma, we have many profound aspects. Everything go back to related to Buddha's 3 baskets. There are no sum. But we have so much commentary, Tibetan commentaries, like so much machines, electronic devices, how many devices in the West? So many types. In similar way, Tibetans developed this a lot because centuries they are isolated in, places. And they don't have a lot of distractions. So that's why they developed so many. So for you guys, important is not confuse. The essence all same. All electronic devices, you never confuse. Because okay, doesn't matter what kind of brand, what kind of, they work the same thing. So you know that. So similarly, for you guys, important to not too much confuse. And also, like sometimes you guys kind of like scared. Oh, am I doing the wrong thing? There's nothing big wrong, You cannot do very, very big wrong. You got energetic drawers, they are built very good. So they are not dangerous. From the beginning when I see electronic drawers, I just very scared to touch. Something blow up or something like that. But now I'm not scared because they built very safe also. Nothing's blow up, So similarly, the Dharma, Tibetan Dharma, when you are foreign, for you is very scary. Oh, maybe I'm doing the wrong, I saying the wrong mantra. So I know I go everywhere and so many people so scared and so worried, anxious, So don't anxious too much. Do you know why? Because mantra pronunciation doesn't matter. It's different dialect. You know, like let's say you give job everybody, somebody British accent English, somebody American accent, Australian accent, Indian accent, Chinese accent, but they all speak English. They can do the job. Similar mantra pronunciation, all this color, everything. You're so much scared. This is not important. You have enough to anxiety already, so don't build up too much other anxieties. Because centuries the Tibetans, we say Om Banzar Sado, Om Banzar Sado, Om Banzar Sado. But nowadays, when we come to India and when we look at, it's not Banzar, it's Vajra. It's Vajra. And many other things we didn't say in the very, very wrong way. But didn't have any problem. So many lamas gain enlightenment through these mantras, wrong mantras, no problem. Wrong pronunciation, no problem. The most important is your dedication and inspiration, your mind. Yeah, your heart. Of course. This is important, but this is more important.
You said something about Rantong view. Rantong.
Huh?
You said Rantong view. Can you repeat that?
Mm-hmm. I didn't. No. No, I didn't. Recently?
Yeah.
No.
Uttara Tantra expand on the Buddha Dhamma Sangha.
Oh, yeah. So it's not so much feet and Rantong, I'm saying. Yeah, feet. You don't understand feet. F-I-T.
Oh, fit doesn't fit.
Okay. Doesn't fit too much. That's why everybody, like if you explain Uttara Tantra Rantong way, then you have to bend many things. You bend and you have to interpret it like this. If you do with Jantong, naturally flows. Yeah.
You use Rantong way to explain Uttara Tantra.
Yeah, because you try to explain, like Uttara Tantra, nobody can deny because Bodhisattva Maitreya taught. But instead, if the view have to fit with Uttara Tantra, you have to bend and interpret it. But if Jantong way, you don't need bend, you just naturally follows. That's what I'm saying. So if we talk about the Sangha, Chirta Chiringit Nankan, Yehir Zikpa Takwishir, Lorden Shirmer Dokwit, so Lamit Yondan Tandanit. Okay, Yondan Rani Dardan begin and Jode. Irchunit Tevjin in Chesta Vjent Yopala Migni. Papa Namki Jandanta Moma and be so rank Riki Jazba Chaki Debata Tam Chimbi he Yondanda Irchuchin Simchin Chenit Batam Chilla Chudia Chapario Paramigini Papa Namki Jandanta Moma and Bar so rank Riki Zupato Bidrabi Tahi Shir Chenit Bam Chimbi he Yondante. Tetak Dambi Shir, Lord and Shachaps, Saint Juan Dobi Shachap Chamber, Shirma Dohi, Sorgan and Comshaw, Nyaran, it have to get a lamidi, he told our. So here, again, the refrain is like Buddha qualities, even as a Sangha. Okay? So this is a very fit in the Jantong way and Jonangpa way. Yeah. So, for instance, according to Gelugpa, the Dharmakaya is emptiness. Emptiness. And then the others, Kagiranyama, they say Dharmakaya is not only emptiness. There is luminosity. There is a spontaneous quality. Right? It sounds familiar? It's very similar of the Jonangpa say, all of them. But the only difference is the Jonangpa say more. Just say more. You know, they say, let's say, all the qualities, you know, like major marks, minor marks, all these things, Jonangpa to explain to the Dharmakaya, but also they explain in the Buddha nature. And that part people confuse a little bit. They're saying, how come? Okay, we have a Buddha nature, but how come your Buddha nature is even have major marks and minor marks? That's impossible, they think. Why they think not possible? Because their thinking is emptiness. That's the one reason. And also the thinking, this is related, Buddha Shakyamuni is, minor marks and major marks. So how can you put that called Dharmakaya? That's their thing. But the Jonangpa more focus, and Tantrayana, especially Kalachakra Tantra. So therefore, because like Kalachakra Tantra, chon na shtapaksam lindi chang shtapaksam ji nambachan. Trarab degi chutang tra yang standang yowa kinji xuk. You can see? So here's a Tibetan, he knows. So which means even you are go beyond samsara and 3 realms, but still you have the aspect of all 3 realms. That's the saying. Kalachakra saying this. So then people confuse. What does it mean? But the key important you have to understand is that means this cup also on the Dharmakaya, Buddha nature? Yes, but this cup is not like this cup. But yes, cup. So that means shows, only showing all the aspects, every possibility is nothing missing. So that means fullness. Yes, empty of all samsara, self, everything, but fullness of enlightenment.
Each of us,
Huh?
each of us has that.
Yes, each of. So then, of course, Buddha, this Sangha quality, we're talking about the relative Sangha qualities, all of them, of course, there. So, in my point of view, Kalachakra Tantra is the ultimate, our path. Why? Because Kalachakra Tantra is a universal, you can say universal religion, or you can say universal path. Why? Because Kalachakra terminology is used other traditions, terminologies they use. And Janton has influenced this. So Janton was a little bit controversial because of that. Do you know that? For instance, in Buddhism, the most important we have to negate is self. Self. Other religions call soul or Atma. They don't negate this. And we negate self of person, self of phenomenon, everything absolutely you have to negate. Right? And then Kalachakra talk about self again, the ultimate self. And then Janton talk about this, and then people think, oh, you are not Buddhist. If you look at the Varanasi talk, Zamdong Rinpoche, he said, or Sakya, Kagyu, Tilu, Nyama, all is okay, they come from Nalanda. And they all negate themselves. But Jonang, very hard to know. Firstly, they not come from Nalanda. Secondly, they talking about Takpartanba, permanent self, ultimate self. So, therefore, is maybe very hard to fit in 4 cells of the Dharma. That's he say. If you want, look at in YouTube, you can find them. He talking about Majjhimika in talk on Varanasi. But the truth is, Janton talk about because Kalachakra. They fit in the Kalachakra. But Kalachakra, nobody can deny. So everybody thinks the highest Yoga Tantra and king of the Tantra. And everybody say Kalachakra is very special. Everybody think like that. And it is true as think. And then you put Janton separated, that is misunderstanding. Janton and Kalachakra is fit together so well. So that's why Janton talk about the ultimate self. Kalachakra talk about the ultimate self. This is permanent and aspect of everything. So this is a fit with non-Buddhist teachings somehow. So this, some people think is a weakness because you use non-Buddhist terminologies and you feed in non-Buddhist. But what I see is this is the strength, not the weakness. That's why Kalachakra is really universal spiritual system. That's the one way of we think of. The other way we can think of is Shambhala. Say all from now, when is introduced the Kalachakra and Shambhala, then everybody say, the Manjushri Yasha, he say, oh, now we all same family. As they call Dorjirik, indestructible family, which means Buddha nature. But of course, all profound things people have always misunderstanding. You know, so nowadays people criticize Buddhism. Who would like to criticize Buddhism, they're using this. Oh, Buddhism is very bad. Buddhism is very bad because they using Kalachakra Tantra, they use converse or other religions to converse, tool of the using converse everybody in Buddhism. If you look at the internet, you can find, if you look, say, criticism Buddhism, you can find many.
Excuse me. What is it?
Any questions? We need a break.
Yes.
Huh?
It's the obstacle for the relative truth.
The path to the Shambhala, is it a Dzogchen path, Mahamudra path? Does it matter?
Okay, that's a good question too. So his question saying, if you didn't hear, is Shambhala path, is it Dzogchen path or Mahamudra path? There is a direct path in indirect path. Okay? If you want to take the direct path, then you have to take Shambhala lineage. Shambhala lineage is through Kalachakra. If you don't want to take indirect path, then is no problem with Dzogchen, no problem with Mahamudra, no problem with anything based on practice love and kindness, peace and harmony approach, anything related with Shambhala. But what is the difference, the direct and indirect, is indirect means you don't know when is you are in Shambhala, how many lifetimes, those things you don't know, or you go on another Pure Land. That part is not certain. If you immediate next life want to be Shambhala, that is your single goal, then you better to main practice Kalachakra. Because Kalachakra is the Shambhala Dharma and come from Shambhala. And the lineage is still alive.
So let me see if I understand this question. So the Shambhala, in terms of Bardo, is this Bardo, or Bardo in the reality Bardo of the Buddha fields of Amitabha or Amagog City or Ascovia, etc.
Okay. If you have that question, I have to say something long answer. When you practice either like Kalachakra, Tantra, or Achakra Sambhara, or anything you practice, high yoga Tantra, your goal is you transforming in this lifetime, really. So that means number one, your achievement would be you reach Buddhahood before your death. That is the maximum possibility. And then second best is you will reach Buddhahood when your death process. Why? Because your death process means for ordinary people this is scary and terrible. I'm finishing because you don't know what will happen. But for great practitioners, this is incredible opportunity. Why? Because death process means your temporary samsaric existence collapsing. You don't need destroy, it just naturally collapsing. So what is left after that is only Buddha nature. But usually every sentient being go through this naturally. You don't need a practitioner. But they missed because they have no formalization, there is no preparation. So you will missed. Then you formed another samsara. From the previous, the propensities, karmic propensities you made, from this you formed another one. But for best practitioner to realize your Buddha nature, oh, now, this is the reality. And then you're there, you're done. That's the second best possibility. The third possibility, you missed out this, dharma. That's what we call dharmakaya liberation. So, dharmakaya liberation. You missed that. Why you miss? Because you don't have experience direct dharmakaya in this lifetime. Never had. So that's why you miss out. It's unfamiliar with you. But the next possibility is the Sambhogakaya liberation, which means that's we talking about, like when the book of death, Tibet book of death, and these things we talking about. Or first week this deities appear, second week this deities appear. Then you have to realize this and such and such. Don't take too much literally. Why do you know? This is example. Should not take too much. Like exact, like look like this, and But those things happened. Why? Because this is a manifestation from Dharmakaya. But if you are, let's say somebody really good about generation practice, but not completion, that kind of person have more chance, because you have more formalization of this. So you can liberate there. That's the third best. The fourth best, let's say you are very close. Let's say this lifetime you are very close to the first Burmi. You are in the preparation path. That kind of person, this death process again for you is a transformation, development. So therefore, this Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, all of them, you didn't liberate there, you didn't become enlightened, but it helps you purify many obscurations. So then you, next is like reborn Nirmanakaya realm. That is in these 5 Buddha families, 6 Buddha families, any of this. You can reborn there. Reborn and liberate different, okay? Rebirth. So that means at least you become Arya Bir and the Pardo, because you before already almost Arya. That kind of. I'm talking about a very rough way, okay? I'm not talking about very, if somebody, debate monk can debate these things a little bit twist and like this, but I'm trying to simple way to explain you to get some idea. So, and then you can reborn Buddha lands. But that means we're talking about real more fit in the Buddhism. Not we just say, oh, just prayer, Amitabha, that is enough, you go there. It's not like that. This is not logical, but just faith for people is beneficial to do that. So this is a more logical way and fit in the Buddhism rule. So then you born Buddha realms. So that means you're not finished. You just starting Latin path, but at least you are more Arya Bin. So take maybe eons maybe take to become a Buddha, but at least you are safe. You're not falling back to samsara. So that Shambhala is some people even not that stage is still the next they could born in Shambhala. If you connect it with Shambhala, if Shambhala is a familiarization for you, if you have some focus. But if you really want a double guarantee on Shambhala, then you need go to practice all the preliminaries, and then at least you have to achieve first yoga. Okay? Do you know why? Why? Because first yoga, Kalachakra, first yoga, you can empty form. You realize empty form. So empty form means subtle, really subtle form. Empty form you can have many levels, you can say. But the first level of people experiencing is really subtle form. Subtle form means much more subtle than science detect images. It's nothing to do like science detecting images, For instance, like this proton, electron, neutron, distance. Science say, oh, we seen this, right? But this scene is not really seen. Nobody really see. You just see the images, so then you say, I'm seen. And we believe that. But real real experience of empty form, this makes the most powerful karma. So overtaking any other karma. So that's why even you are karmic level, reborn in Shambhala, double guarantee. Why? Because you experience this, this empty form through this lineage, through this practice is so powerful. So, and any other karma cannot interrupt this. That's why Shambhala is like double guarantee.
Is Shambhala considered to be liberation?
Shambhala is not liberation. Shambhala, as I said before, like if you born Nirmakaya Buddha realm, you're not liberated. You stand in path. Yeah, but your path is more secure. Samsara, our paths have so many obstacles. We don't know what will happen. But in Buddha Pure Land, you have no obstacles. Everything encouraging you. Similar, Shambhala is everything secured, everything is encouraging, everything is natural flowing, not hard work. Because your focus and your journey is only spiritual progress, nothing else. Because in samsara, you have so many other things interrupting you.
So is this unhindered view of the Tantra?
Unhindered?
Unblocked, unobstructed view of the Tantra, of the continuum.
You mean the Shambhala?
Yeah.
Yes, Shambhala is only Kalachakra Tantra. Shambhala is very different than any other Pure Land, because if you say, look at the Amitabha Pure Land, there's Sharvakas, there are Patiyakas, there are Bodhisattvas, there's so many things, And they say, oh, you took like eons, you there, and then one day Amitabha passed away, then you eons again to Avalokiteshvara is regent, and then, eons later, these things, it's very, Shambhala is not that. Shambhala is straightforward, all realm, all the Pure Land, one focus in Kalachakra Tantra. The whole realm, one focus. The focus is Tantrayana, the Khentrul, not Sutra path, not Patiyaka path, not Sharvaka path, no.
It's like a pure abiding.
Pure abiding.
4 levels.
Huh?
Primary levels.
Huh?
4 stages.
4 stages where?
Training.
4 stages?
Meek, perky, outrageous, and inscrutable.
I don't know that. Huh? Where you learn from?
My own studies. Maybe the terms aren't exactly like it is in Tibetan, but that's the English approximation.
Okay, I don't know that. Okay, so therefore, the time is already. So the Shambhala is a really opportunity realm for the humanity on this earth. So that's why I want to carry this message. I want to, this is my dedication, my life. Especially people like Vajrayana path, this is the opportunity. Yeah, any questions? Time is already.
We have general question.
Yeah, you can have, yes.
One friend over there, she asked this one question,
Okay.
not related to Shambhala.
Okay, no problem.
The question is, how can Bodhisattva, after 10 bhumis, or attain the Bodhisattva full bhumis? When the Bodhisattva have high realization, they choose to come back. When they come back, they take the form of some kind of karmic form. Even though they already liberated, they have no more bad karma. But when they come back, how can they do that? When we say, in Vietnamese, we say they borrow the karma. Like that's the term that the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. People have this often problem. People say, oh, some people say like this, oh, I don't want to go Pure Land because I want to help sentient beings here. That is one problem. The other problem, if I go Pure Land, can I come back and help? That's the one problem. And even worse problems, people don't want to go Pure Land because you are attached here, because you don't have a renunciation even yet. But the truth, if you able to go Pure Land means at least you have you can manifest a few manifestations. So that means even the reality of yourself in Pure Land, but you will help sentient beings more than you do right now. Right now you have only one body, one speech, one mind. But if you really able to go Pure Land, Shambhala or anywhere, you have more manifestations. And then you progress in the Shambhala or any other Pure Land, you have more manifestations. So this manifestations is not karmically you born here. Karmically born means you have no choice whether you like or not. It's not that. It's a karma choice. Choose, not you choose. But without karma, you choose is your, this we call your compassion and your aspiration make you manifest in samsara. Very different.
So to elaborate on that, say for example, if a bodhisattva chose to manifest as a person with, say, leprosy, leprosy, for example.
Yeah.
From that, he invokes the compassion from the passerby, for example. The question is, does that bodhisattva, as a leper, does that leper have a karma? It looks like a fake karma, right?
Yeah, but depending on which level of bodhisattva you are. So when you say you become a bodhisattva means you enter in the accumulation path. Whenever you had this, naturally you really want a responsible or sentient beings Buddhahood. If you have this sense of responsibility in your mind naturally not generating, then you already become bodhisattva. But are you free from karma? No, not yet. You enter free from almost Arya bin. Some people believe just before that. But at least Arya bin, first Burmi. Then you're free from karma. Until then you're not free from karma, but still you are bodhisattva. So that kind of bodhisattva, if you say, oh, I take other people's leprosy, or whatever other people suffering, anything you want to take, that is, I'm not sure this you can say karma, because it's compassion. Karma is never something you want. Karma is something you don't know, you never want things, right? Happened. But at least, maybe can, like if you really want change something, if your the aspiration is too strong, maybe you can. But this is karma or not sure. After free karma, definitely it's not karma.
You can manifest at will.
Yeah. But before that, it's more likely we couldn't call karma because, Firstly, you can't experience somebody's karma. Huh? Other people's karma, you have to, they have to experience, not somebody take. That's not possible. The one of karmic law. Yeah.
Last question.
Yeah.
Rinpoche, in the bardo, our mind is clear or just like a dream?
What?
In the bardo after death.
Yes.
So our mind is clear, the mind is clear. So you can make a selection or it's just like we are right now. We can think, we can, like we carry our practice.
No.
The bardo or we just like a dream, because in the dream sometimes we cannot control the dream.
And bardo, your mind, how much clear or not, depends on how you are practicing Dharma in this life. How much you clear your Dharma, understand it in this life. So especially you have to train this bardo. 6 stages written in my book, second book, thick one, and this one.
Living bardo.
Yeah?
Living bardo.
A dream bardo.
Yeah, dream and everything, 6. So how you train in this? If you really trained, then you can make decisions. Depending also how your capacity. But if it's an ordinary person, very confused. The bardo is the most confused state.
Just like the dream.
Yeah, in the dream. Even the dream, dream the most confusion dream. I like that. Okay? Sometimes we dream, sometimes this person is somebody else, and then again, in the places you somewhere, you think it's this place, but then it's somewhere else, it's not sure, that kind of.
In the dream, it don't make sense.
Yeah.
My question is the bardo our mind is clear so we can think like what we're doing right now, or just go with a lot of aspirations?
Huh? What are your question exactly?
In the bardo, our mind clear.
Depending your Dharma practice, right? Depend what your Dharma understanding right now. Depending how much you train in the bardo practices. Yeah.
May I say that in that bardo like that, what you're referring to, it's a different language.
There's no language barrier.
Yeah, we're talking about light.
The language of light.
We're talking about the language of light. So you're carrying that with you. We become familiar with that through our practices and meditation here. But then when we pass, then it's something that is beyond our human comprehension.
I didn't understood.
Okay.
Huh?
Any other questions?
There's one gentleman.
Any other questions?
Thank you for inspiring teaching. And I noticed you had a book on Shambhala. And is it possible to maybe preview or kind of travel or see what happened in Shambhala, like in a dream sometimes? And if yes, what can we do, like to maybe more often to have that experience?
Practice
so that it's more inspiring.
Practice Kalachakra Tantra, make a strong connection with Shambhala, Dharma warriors. Can we travel in Shambhala with this gross level of physical body? No, not possible. With meditative abilities or, these things, possible. Very possible. And done it, many people. That also similar small manifestation. In this body, in this speech, you cannot feed in Shambhala. Too gross, not subtle enough.
Different language. Or by meditation?
Huh?
Through meditation, we go to the Shambhala?
Yeah. Meditation, yes. If if you are really conditions right, ready, have good connection. That's the Kalachakra Tantra from Shambhala. That's the down that way. Tuja Bachimo. Manju Vajra. He down this way, historically, and then also we have many other stories, many. Okay. So tomorrow I explain more Kalachakra, okay? Try to tomorrow I explain more Kalachakra, and then we can go Uttara Tantra. There's a few verses I marked. We can go through, and we matched with Kalachakra, and also we try to connect with more practical. So. Today I have to go because I want to go this meeting, and tomorrow please not late.
We do a short dedication, please. Page 159. By the virtues collected in the three times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate virtue, may I and all sentient beings quickly attain unto their perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great treatment Father, Master Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of Impermanence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation, until we end the samsara. Thank you. So tomorrow, 10 o'clock, and please try and